Good morning, good day, and good evening. How you doing, everyone? Nice to see you back at it again. To everyone's surprise, we are indeed, once again, going to continue with the game jam. And I should be honest, this time I might... Oh shit, wait, I think the music is loud. Sorry about that. This time I have to admit that I might have gone and done quite a bit of progress during the weekend here. I think I probably put in like another, I'm not sure, maybe 12 hours or something.
To stand up for 10 minutes.
Good morning, Red Rocker. Of course, we shall start it off standing. How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Hope everyone had a good weekend. There we go. Okay, so I think we are going to start off by going through the changes you guys haven't seen yet. Okay, I think we might be having some technical issues here. I think it looked like I dropped a few frames, but I think we are still live. Are we still live? I do think so. I don't know what's going on here. But it does seem fine. It does seem fine. I think I just lost my internet connection for like 2 milliseconds. That was a bit weird. Are you lagging or am I? I think I am lagging. I did drop frame stuff for a quick moment. So, if anyone is experiencing issues, maybe try refreshing now, because now at least it does seem to be well on my side. I did definitely... Seems good now? Okay, good. Yeah, I did lose my internet access for like 1 second for some reason, don't know why. So, what did I do over the weekend? I actually had to... I think I did so much that I actually had to go ahead and make notes of what I've actually done. So let's see here. Let's start off by having a look at the menu scene. So, the first thing I did was that I did fix the entire settings menu, all the UI. I don't remember if I did the UI on stream or not, but I think I showed you guys. Like, I tried to make it fit a bit more with the art style. So this is how the new main menu looks. Not main menu, settings menu, sorry. So basically, we have like all the drop downs and stuff are made with pixel art instead. The same thing with like the toggles and stuff, just to make it all kind of coherent, you know? Be a bit consistent in the art style. So this I was quite happy with. And then oh yeah, I also did a pause menu. And I started doing the first like tooltips. These are not working exactly how they should at the moment. Now they're kind of just randomly appearing. But we also have a tooltip when you pick something up for the first time. Just small stuff to kind of teach the game, you know. I ended up doing the inventory a bit smaller because this way we can still fit like 15 items, and I don't know if we're really gonna have much more than that. So I think that should be fine. As well as item descriptions. I don't think we had that before, so now you can actually inspect and see what the items you have are, which especially for like craftable stuff is really important. Something else I did is that I actually decided to make the flashlight a little bit smaller yet again, like the actual light effect of it, because it makes it feel a bit more claustrophobic. What else did we do? Pause menu. We now have a pause menu. So from here we can also get to all the settings and stuff. This is a little bit of a lie at the moment, because it says paused. The game isn't paused. The game is still running exactly the same way in the background. So technically speaking, this is not a pause menu, it's just a menu, basically. But I think we're gonna incorporate something where the game actually gets paused in the background. Because it's kind of weird if you end up getting a jump scare behind the pause menu. You know, that's a bit weird, so we will have to... I think that's gonna be quite easy. I think we just do some bool, like if the game is paused, and we just basically stop the monster in his tracks, and that should be about it. Because otherwise there's not really anything that... Unless I was thinking about adding a timer to the game, we might pause the timer in the pause menu as well, I don't know. So, we did all of that, the tooltips I showed, and I didn't make it so we even have settings for that as well, whether you want to only see them the first time, which is going to be the default one, or if you just want to completely get rid of them, that's up to you. But I still think it's always good to try and aim to teach the game as clearly as possible, because I think that's something I've realized as a game developer. It is very easy to overestimate how intuitive stuff is. Like, a lot of time what seems intuitive to us doesn't necessarily have to be intuitive for everyone, because, you know, like in this example, I'm the one who built everything, so of course everything is intuitive to me, you know? But that doesn't mean that every person who tries the game is gonna instantly understand every little aspect of it. What's up, Zfat? How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, if people don't know how to play the game, they might not play it. Exactly. So I think it's better to almost over-teach the game rather than to teach too little. Because like I said, if someone doesn't want to be taught, all you have to do is completely turn off tooltips and you'll never have to see them. If you think you can just bruise your way through it, which you probably, a lot of people probably should, because in the end it is a click and point game. It's not really, you know, it's not like super complex in the mechanics. But I still want to have the option where for new people you still can teach them. What else did we do? We also added a lot of sound effects. For this, let me actually pause the music. So obviously we still have a lot of placeholder sound effects, like this. Oh, I added another shelf in here, because I realized it looked a little bit empty. That's another change. So yeah, this is obviously still placeholder stuff, but we have some sound effects for example, the door. If you're trying to open it and it's not working. We also have a sound effect for when you manage to open something. So I'm just gonna speedrun my own game here. Here we go. I think it sounds pretty nice. And probably the most creepy of it all, I did implement the footsteps of the monster as well. How long you got left? I think we have, what is it, 14 days and something hours? I'm quite sure. No, 13. 13 days and 17 hours until the game has to be finished. So I should say that I feel like we are at a pretty good point. Like, a lot of the most important stuff is done. We just have to actually like puzzle piece together the game itself, like the puzzles and stuff. But a lot of like the biggest like mechanics and scripts and stuff is pretty much finished. So I'm feeling good. Not gonna lie though, I'm still starting to get a little bit stressed because, I don't know, like I've said it multiple times, I would rather have like almost like the last week to only focus on like polishing and like small little stuff to, you know, make it better. So hopefully the plan is that the game is pretty much going to be finished this week. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. What happens at the end of the game jam after submissions? So after all the people have submitted that game and the time span for the game jam has ended, then I think it becomes like a 1 week voting period or something. So that's when I think pretty much anyone can go into the game jam and play the different games and, you know, kind of give ratings to them, and that's what's kind of going to determine who gets ranked in first place and whatever. So, and the host of the game jam also plays through all the games on his stream as well. So I think that will be quite fun. But like I said, I am definitely starting to feel some pressure from this. I'm gonna be honest, that's the case. Even though I think we're doing very good, I really don't want to be at a point where I spend like the last 3 days like really stressing out about getting the game to a playable state. So that's why I want to try and almost finish it as much as possible this week, so that I can know that no matter what, I will have like a full game to submit. Keen? That's nice. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna link it all here so you guys have the ability to try them out. Oh, there's already a submission? Have you seen it? Yeah, I did. I saw there was someone. That's an early submission. It was like in 18 days before the deadline or something. But yeah, we do have the first submission. A few extra people have joined as well. It's currently 10 people in the game jam. Yeah, man, keep having fun. It's definitely looking good. Thank you very much, man. You have the time, get the gameplay loop done. Yeah, no, I do think I am. I do think we are chilling. Like, I don't think it's really going to be that much of a problem. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to finish the main game loop this week. There are a few other things I added, which I wanted to kind of work on, maybe today. We do have... I started working on, like, cutscenes and stuff, so I have, like, an empty cutscene manager. And the plan is that we're gonna have these dialogue boxes and stuff. Obviously, this is just empty game objects at the moment, so we have to actually make this kind of stuff work. But I do feel like it's pretty important to get a good introduction to the game ready before the end of the game jam, because it does kind of set the feeling of the game immediately, you know. But I should show you guys as well. I don't know if my audio might be too low for you guys, but it's gotten pretty fucking creepy. So like I said, I added a function to play random footsteps when the enemy walks around. And the way I did this is that I just checked for... I actually thought this was a pretty smart way of doing it. I actually check where his last footstep was when he played the sound, and then we calculate the difference, and whenever basically he has moved 20 pixels, we play a new... I'm not sure this actually refers to pixels, this might be like 10 pixels. Anyway, when it's moved a certain like length on the screen, like the actual transform of the enemy, it will play a new sound. And the reason why I thought this was pretty smart is because when you alert him and he starts running, I don't have to code new stuff to make the footsteps faster. Since the footsteps are not playing based on time, they're actually playing based on distance. So when he starts running, the footsteps naturally get quicker as well, which I thought was pretty neat. And I also set up I can just show you... some of this stuff I barely understand myself. I had to use a little bit of ChatGPT, especially for the panning of the audio. Most of the other stuff I think I actually managed to do myself. Yeah, so what I do is I check the last position, which is the last position where he played a sound effect for a footstep. And I don't know, there's probably a better way of writing this, but this works. I just check if it's negative and make it into... basically, in that case, do times equals -1 to make it positive, because that's easier for me to think about. And then we check if he's walked far enough to trigger new footsteps. which is the... yeah, we calculate the difference by just taking the current position minus the last position. So, and since we calculated it to everything to positive values, that will be something, you know, like... if it's like above 20, it will play a new footstep and then set that as the last step position. We find a random footstep. I made a list of just all the footsteps he can have, so we have some variety in the sound. And then we set the volume depending on how far away he is. So we check his position, compare it to the position of the door. And basically what we do is normalize it into a from 0 to 1 scale. And then we put that as the volume. And then we did the stereo pan as well, which this really made it much creepier, because now you can actually hear him, like if you have headphones or 2 speakers, you know, you actually hear him like go towards the right, which it did up the creepiness quite a bit, to be honest. But here, since this is a value from a negative to a positive, we had to do some clamping and some shit. That part ChatGPT kind of helped me with. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So we now have footsteps that change both in panning and volume depending on which side he is on and like how far away he is. And I think it sounds pretty nice. Let's have a listen. See if you guys can hear this. It's pretty fucking nasty. Now I also made a function so that we can basically decide whether he's gonna be in proximity or further away. So right now he's not even in this hallway walking, which makes him also walk a little bit slower, because I found that to be creepier. But if we do this, if we go to the monster and we just check monster nearby, meaning that he's nearby, like in the next room or whatever, basically saying that there's a possibility for you to be found. Then I think I actually upped the speed a little bit. Yeah. It does definitely make it creepier, just hearing the footsteps, whether he's walking here or not. We also have a new jump scare sound. Which is... I'm not gonna lie, I've jump scared myself like probably 4 or 5 times now while developing this game. And I mean not like ooh, I got a little bit scared. Like I mean like full body fucking shiver, like holy shit. So when you're not prepared for it, fucking hell, the jump scare really does work. It's a bit unsettling, not gonna lie. Hello Joao, how you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Hope your weekend was good. Cool, yeah, I like it. Nice, nice. Yeah, I feel like we did some good progress here on the game. And I also think that we're going to make the first room like super, super easy. Also, let's try the running as well. So that's why I did it with the change of distance rather than like time for the footsteps. Which is now, if he gets quicker, the footsteps naturally start fucking being quicker as well, which is kinda cool. Amazing pronunciation, do you mean of your name? Okay, so for the first room, I actually think that we are not gonna have the monster nearby, so it's going to be like this, where we can hear the monster, but you're actually not going to be in danger. Which is my plan is basically that for the first room, we want to have time to teach the player how to play the game. And then maybe in the second one, we will actually move the enemy to be closer and up the puzzle difficulty a little bit. Yeah, nice, nice. So that's basically what Maybe I would like to get done even today. Just to get the like initial cutscene, at least in a rough state, to be done, and then maybe have the first puzzle room finished, so that we can start working on a way of keeping track of like different rooms and stuff, where I think we're basically just going to make like a room manager, I think, and like handle like when the play starts, spawn in room 0 with these objects in the room, blah blah blah. How do you plan on establishing the story with the player? So what we have is basically we have a friendly NPC, which I made before. So you're actually going to have one other person who is not the enemy. So I made this simple little one just to make him to have for the intro. And basically what I'm planning for like the introduction and the first like narrative of the game, obviously it doesn't have to be massive for the game jam. No, of course we can't make like too much, but I think it should be pretty easy, because most of it is just going to be dialogue, to be honest, and a few sound effects. We're not really doing like, you know, an full-on animated cutscene, that kind of way. I'm not accustomed with people pronouncing my name well on the internet. Yeah, I could expect that. That made sense. Especially with the nasal, like ow in Portuguese. I would expect that most people probably don't. But like, of course, you know, I do speak a bit of Portuguese, so it made sense. Yeah, basically the plan is that you are going to wake up here. This is how I'm thinking about it. You are not going to have a flashlight. You are just going to start in a completely dark room. I missed this. Can you pronounce for my benefit? So it's João. So it's a hard J, and then the ow part is kind of like nasal, so like ow, you know. Now I kind of over exaggerate a bit, but this game's gonna have English, Swedish, and Portuguese translation. Wouldn't be too bad actually, because there's not that much text in the game, so that would actually be relatively simple to do. And probably not for the game jam though. But yeah, so the plan for the introduction to the game will be something like this. You wake up in a completely dark room, not knowing anything what the fuck's going on. And then all of a sudden I think we're just going to play the... wait, can I not turn on the flashlight now? Flashlight on. We're just gonna play this sound effect of someone like pulling the door. And then have a little bit of a dialogue, which is why I set up this dialogue bots and stuff, just to test it out. So basically he's gonna do the whole Skyrim thing about being like, hey, you wake up, and what's I think we're gonna happen here is that we're gonna do an animation where you basically, where can I, oh well, I'm still in the game, where you basically pick the flashlight up. At that point we triggered the flashlight tooltip to like click to turn on the flashlight. And then the dialogue will continue, where this NPC kind of sets the scene of the game a little bit for you. So if we look at my... something like this is basically the plan. So something like, hey, you wake up. I think that's when we're gonna trigger the... So you turn on the flashlight, and then you continue with like, you know, we have to hurry, it's gonna get here in a second now, adding a little bit of like pressure, stress to the emotion or whatever. And since you hear him pull in the door at first, he's going to... This is basically like a way of making the narrative teach the game. So he's gonna explain that the door is locked, and like, I guess you need to find a key or something, you know. But then the most important thing, basically, he will tell you that you should not be spotted, so you need to turn off the light if he shows up. Whoever he is, at this point you wouldn't really know. And then he's just gonna run away, since he obviously couldn't help you since the door was locked. And my plan here is that we do the little nasty thing where after he runs away you just hear like basically him getting murdered like 2 rooms down, just to make it even creepier. I think that would be a pretty good start, and that's when you actually start the game and you have to start finding a way to get out of here. Because I feel like the most important thing here is that it's nice to have a little bit of a narrative in the beginning, because I feel like that sets the scene a little bit better. And then I think it's really important to be clear about the mechanic of the game, which is like, you know, turn the flashlight off if the monster arrives. Because that thing is not super intuitive at first, so we need to like actually teach that. Because otherwise it should be easy to assume that he only sees you if you shine the light on the door, for example, but we do have to actually... So I want to set the scene as well as teach the mechanic in a way that isn't just like one big block of text, you know? So we actually incorporate it into the like narrative introduction of the game. I think it's a pretty good idea. Gonna have size? What you mean, Joa? 100,000%, especially for peeps who don't scare easily. Setting the scene is super. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it helps out, and even doing some of the... Like, I do kind of like leaving stuff a little bit open-ended. So, like, in the beginning, for example, he just says that, like, he's gonna get here any second now. Rather than saying something like, oh, this horrible monster, you know, or whatever it might be. Like, leaving it a little bit open in the beginning. Maybe even it's gonna get here any second. Maybe that makes it even creepier. I think it could be good. I would like to make something as well where... You know how those games have it where you actually see the text being written and it makes a little bit of a noise? Kind of classic games often have that when you don't have voice lines. So each letter like makes a little d sound, and then it becomes like when they... I think something like that could be pretty nice. I have no idea how to do that. It's animated. Yeah, exactly. So rather than just popping, it will actually be like you see someone... it will look basically like someone is typing the text real time. I think that looks a lot better. I'm not entirely sure how to do it. I guess it's something where like we have a string of what you're supposed to say. We leave this one empty, and then for each, we basically go through the string and add each next letter one at a time or something, and play a sound effect. So like, I guess we do some for loop for each letter in this string or something around, something like that. I'm not sure, Eva, I can't comment on how easy it is. It doesn't seem like it necessarily should be too hard, but yeah, like I said, I have no idea how the like conventional way of doing it is. Size on the cutscene. Something I was thinking about adding, which I think could be nice, is a little bit of background noise of like the player breathing. I think that could be a little bit add to the stressful feeling of the game. I don't know if that kind of is what you're referring to. Oh yeah, that's something else. We actually, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we actually do have ambience in the game as well. It is slightly low. I don't want it to like take over too much, but I feel like it's pretty nice though. Does this work? Yeah, this I think you can hear. So just have a little bit of background noise. I think it's gonna make it a bit creepy as well. I don't know, I think pure silence probably could be quite creepy too. Maybe we should mix it a little bit. Maybe some rooms should like all of a sudden go completely quiet, you know? So should we... Let's see, what do we want to do? Have I updated my dev board? I have not. Add descriptions to inventory. This is completed. Intro cutscene is something I do want to start working on. Close inventory after new interaction. I'm not sure I always want to do that. Oh well, after new interaction, yes. Probably. That probably makes sense. I'll have to try it out, because it's annoying if you're testing like an item in the room and you feel like you have to go and like open the inventory 20 times in a row. I feel like that might be a little bit infuriating. So I'm not sure. I do feel like the intro cutscene is quite important, because at that point we can basically finish the first room and start on everything else. So maybe we don't animate the text and everything now in the beginning, just to get it working first. I did make like a cutscene manager. So let's see, let's start off, since this is a manager, as usual, I think it's a pretty good idea to turn you into a singleton so that we can call you from wherever. Why does this happen? Destroy game object, yes, there we go. And then, because right now I basically made a start button for testing, so that when I actually play, you know, I have to actually physically start the game myself. It doesn't automatically start. I just said that's mainly for testing purposes. But I think what we need to do later in the game manager is that we basically start off by triggering the first cutscene. And then I think when the cutscene is done, this is going to call back to the game manager and basically start the game, which is when the like monster starts walking and you can start interacting with stuff. Because I am pretty sure if we check the... Let's see, how did I do this? If we check the clickable object script, which is like the base script of almost everything in the game. Clickable objects. You check... Oh, I think we might have to change this. This one actually only checks if the game isn't over. I think we also want to check if the game has started. Because otherwise, I just during the cutscene, we don't want to be able to interact with like the objects, you know? And then of course what we're gonna do instead is to add like a button to skip the entire intro if you want to. I actually even made a setting for it, just cause, like I said, I think I want to add a timer for this game. Adding a timer is very simple, but it does kind of promote replayability, because that makes it so that a reason why you might want to replay is to see if you can do it faster than you did last time. You know, it kind of promotes speedrunning in a sense. And so like if someone actually does play the game quite a bit, you might get tired of having to skip the intro, so I even made a setting where you will like automatically skip the intro every time. I think that kind of customization is pretty nice to give the player. Trying to be a little bit thoughtful here, you know? So I guess we should... How should we do this? I guess maybe the dialogue box should have its own script, and then the cutscene manager just holds the different, like, dialogues, you should say. Yeah, I like speedrunning. Yeah, no, I think that's actually, I've talked about it before, I think that making a game that is quite speedrunnable, if that makes sense, is actually quite good. I think it's, yeah, like, I've even said this before, like, I would actually consider making a game for the sole purpose of wanting people to speedrun it. Like, I think it could be a quite fun thing to, like, pretty much put the focus on. And it's, I feel like it's relatively easy to promote it. Like I said, like, as soon as we add a timer to the game, like, if you finish the game and it says something like, oh, you managed to escape in 20 minutes, immediately that puts a thought in your brain like, oh, I wonder if I could do it in 10 minutes, you know? Like Neon White. I am not sure I know what that is. I don't recognize it. Of course I enjoyed the game for its story first, but yeah, beyond that, it becomes a speedrun game to me. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. How long it takes to beat the game? I mean, currently right now, if you know what you're doing, since I only have one room, you can beat it in like half a minute. And for the game jam, I think we're gonna do maybe something like 3 rooms or so. So, you know, the game jam game is probably not gonna be more than, I don't know, a few minutes to max like 10 minutes probably. But I do plan on making this into a full release afterwards, which at that point, you know, we're gonna do way more rooms and actually build up on the story a little bit and stuff. I have a lot of ideas. I can't tell you guys everything because if someone wants to play the game, I don't want to spoil everything for you, you know. But I do think this could turn into a pretty decent game actually. It's on my wishlist, but I haven't tried it yet. What do you think? Haven't played it either, just saw some videos of it. Yeah, it looks kind of fun. So I guess this is about the fact that it kind of promotes speedrunning, I suppose. You can even tell by the music that it's fast-paced. This reminds me a little bit, I don't know if it should. Isn't Mirror's Edge a little bit similar? Not in like this obviously seems to be a bit higher fantasy stuff going on, but to be fair, I've almost never played Mirror's Edge either, I just know the game. But that one always felt to me like it would promote speedrunning quite well. It's all about speed. Counter-Strike bunny hop. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Bunny hops. Okay, how should we do this? I think maybe we should make like a script we can reference just called a cutscene, and like we can have a list of dialogues, and then the cutscene manager will like pick the correct cutscene and pass it along to the dialogue box. I mean, we're probably only gonna have like one cutscene anyway, but I think it's always good to try and make it reusable in case we want to make more little cutscenes later on, you know. I was a KZ kid, if you boys are OG enough to hear that. I might not be. Reusable is the best, exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I rather made something that we could build upon and use later, rather than doing something specifically like write this exact thing and nothing else. So we don't really need its own script for the dialogue box, you know? All we do is that we made sure to use the TMP library, and then we just make a reference to a text mesh pro UGUI called dialogue texts. I think that's all we really need to do. And then I think this could be a way of doing it to make it a bit more reusable. I don't know if this is gonna make full sense. Why did new behavior script? That's not why I want you to be told. Delete you. So what I'm thinking is that we make a new script. What is happening? Can I rename you here? Chat scene. Oh, that was weird. We're gonna open you, and I guess a chat scene here doesn't even need to derive from mono behavior. I don't think. Oh no, we're gonna need that, so I think I want to do a list. So all we're going to do is make like a... Should we have a string for the name of the chat scene? Like the intro and blah blah blah, or should we just do a index? Like chat scene 0, chat scene 1? I think we're going to do... No, just the index... Let's see, let's do both for now. Who cares? Why did I write both? Public string chat scene name. We are also going to have a public integer called index. I can use index, right? That's not like a... Because I know that name is a little bit of... Like you can get some weird issues if you call something just name, because that would also reference to like the game object name, like it's an actual... It's already used as a variable for game objects in Unity, so you can start basically confusing the computer a bit if you use a variable called name as well. It's probably ways of getting around that, but the easiest thing is to just not call it name. And then I think we're going to make a public list of strings, right? Can I do that? Can I have a list of strings called dialogues? No, that doesn't make sense. A dialogue is a speech, right? Kind of. It's multiple lines. So how do we refer to the lines? It's like it's not preoccupied in this case, I don't think. Oh yeah, it might not actually be, since this chat scene will never have a game object itself, so it might actually be fine, to be honest. Sounds like you wanted to make a list of keys that referencing your associate another chat scene. No, this will be... So this is the actual chat scene, and then the chat scene manager will just choose which chat scene to play, basically, I think. I don't know why I'm doing it this way, but I think it's a good way of making it reusable. So I wanted this to basically be the list of the subtitles that you should play, and then when you do the chat scene, you basically go one by one. And but then I'm just a little bit weird when it comes to languages, so I wanted to call this like a list of dialogues, but then I'm like, that technically doesn't make sense because the whole thing is the dialogue, right? But we have multiple lines in the dialogue. So basically what ended up happening is that I'm not just indecisive what to call this list. What is sentences? Is basically what it is. There's multiple sentences in the dialogue. Oh no, you know what? Fuck. This can be called dialogue. Because it will be the full list of the sentences creating the dialogue. Ultimately, you have a cutscene manager. Yeah, and most of the stuff is going to be made in that one. I think this, like I said, we're probably not really gonna have multiple. Okay, I can't make a list of strings. Oh, strings, of course not. I'm dumb. I can't make it plural. It has a list of all dialogues. It knows what index it's at. You 100% can. Oh yeah. I think I might have made that into a plural, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, to be honest, we should just have all the dialogues here. This is mainly just for fun. Because now... Oh wait, this doesn't make sense. No, I can. Yeah, exactly. Because what we do now is that we go here into the cutscene manager, and here we make a public list of cutscene called cutscenes. Yeah. I think this is going to work. So now, in the cutscene manager, Public text mesh pro dialogue text public list of cutscene called cutscenes. Why does that one not show up in the inspector? Public list cutscene. Huh. I am a little bit confused, not going to lie. Just to see if it makes a difference, let's try making this into an array. I'm gonna be honest here, I almost never use arrays. I don't know why. I tend to go for lists. I think it's because I made the first thing I did when I needed something like that. I used the list and now I feel like I know the lingo better, so it's just easier. It's very similar to lists. Yeah, I know they basically do the same thing. I do think lists, as far as I know, is a little bit more flexible. Where like, in a list it's easier to say like, this new item is gonna just, we're gonna place you in the middle of these. Whereas, as far as I know, an array has like set memory for each index. So that if you want to place a new item in the middle of the array, you basically have to move every item after it. I don't know if that makes full sense. I might not explain it in a super good way, but that's like one of the main differences I know, where I think that if you're gonna have something that like changes a bit, like dynamically, a list might be more efficient. I'm pretty sure you can do both in both scenarios. No, yeah, like you can still basically make it work always. I just think that if we talk about like efficiency, as far as I know, if it's more dynamic, I think a list might be better in terms of like optimization. Like it's not gonna be as much like power consumption to run through the the list to make that change compared to what it is for a array. But I am also completely self-taught, I don't know shit, so don't listen too much to me. If you want to know something, probably Google it. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. If someone wants to correct me, absolutely go ahead, but that's my general understanding. List is good. Yeah, I like lists. For some reason I tend to go for lists. And sometimes ChatGPT tells me to make an array and then I do, but... Why is this not working? Let's see... Let's make this... Just to see if this works. Did I mess up my syntax or something? Now I have the list here. So technically this should work, we just index everything, but I would like to see, because I think I should be able to make a list of the cutscenes, right? I do agree with you, it may make somewhat of a performance improvement, but I don't think it makes that much of an advantage. They're close enough. Yeah, I know for sure, and I think especially for something like the stuff I'm doing. Like if in this game, whether I use a list or like a array probably doesn't really matter at all, I assume, because yeah, like you said, the code base here is quite small and you know, it's not really like a heavy game. I assume that like either if we go back like 10-20 years, or if we take something like very big where very complex where every minute detail really matters, then it might be quite important which one you choose, probably, I don't know, but yeah, here I don't think it really makes a difference, it's just like, even if you run this game on a shitty laptop, if you have to run through an array a few times to fix it, like you know, computers today, a phone today has no issue handling that. Why does this not work? I can't make a list of cutscenes. Can I make a list of clickable objects? Do I have to make it into scriptable object? No, look, that worked. So I can make a list out of clickable objects. Oh, is it because you don't derive from mono behavior? Is that it? But no, that shouldn't be it, because for my audio manager, we have our lists of sounds and songs, and I'm pretty sure they don't... Oh, but they are serializable. I think that's the issue. They do not derive from mono behavior, but they are serializable, which is made by putting system serializable above the class. So we remove you, and then we say system.serializable. Let's see if this works. I think that might be the issue. Yeah, your initial reasoning though is generally correct. List for dynamic scenarios, arrays for fixed scenarios. Yeah, that's basically what, as far as I knew it in a general sense. Can I have an issue, or can I ask a question though? Can I have an issue? Can I ask a question? What then is the advantage of using an array for a fixed scenario compared to just using a list for everything? If that makes sense. Okay, let's check the cutscene manager. Now we indeed have a list. Oh, did I not save? Oh, did I not change this one? I didn't. Cutscene. This shouldn't be called cutscene, because this itself is not a cutscene. This is... Yeah, this isn't a cutscene, these are just dialogues, you know? What's up, Hobbitchangers? How you doing, my man? With that sus sound effect. Arrays are more efficient, especially at smaller sample sizes. Okay, I see. That was perfect. I think I'm gonna change this for the sake of clarity. Like I said, more and more recently I've started really feeling like the way I name stuff is more important than I sometimes give it credit for. So I think we're gonna change this because this technically isn't a cutscene just because we use it in the cutscene manager. This is just dialogue, because a cutscene will be like visual stuff as well. You're doing good? Nice. Sweet. Glad to hear it, man. Can I not just rename this and save? I think that will create it in my thingy either way. So we do dialogue, and then dialogue name, and then this. Yeah, sure. Save. Now I actually think this is going to... Nope, you just rename this one. Okay, so we go here, change this to dialogue. Save. Good news actually, I passed that order picker course I mentioned, and then I went back to try forklift again and passed that too. Holy shit! 2 birds, 1 stone, baby. Fucking congratulations, man. I'm happy for ya. Dialogue. GG, well played, Hobbitchangers. Cutscene manager. Now we have a list of dialogues. So this is going to be index 0 dialogue. Red Raka with yet another gifted sub. Holy shit, the madman gifted a sub to Hobbitchangers. Look at that new sub badge in the chat. Thank you very much, Raka. Very much appreciated. Fucking is throwing subs left, right and center. Intro, we are gonna call this. Mismatching array size. What? This isn't even an array, is it? Inconsistent line endings. Do you want to normalize? Sure, whatever you say. This is a list. Do you want to... I'm so confused. Oh, I think it's because it's part of the prefab. I think that's the issue. Or that's the reason why. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Okay, so then I think we can just make a full list of the intro dialogues, and then somehow we make a function to just like play the next fucking dialogue, you know. Intro. So I think we're gonna do, hey you, wake up. It's going to be the first one. Then he's gonna say, we have to hurry, and that I think will be after we start the flashlight. I think I might change this stuff later, but for now, this will do. Checks Party, thank you very much for that follow. Welcome to the channel, man. Red Rocker, the king, though? Yeah, I think he's gonna fucking go up there. I think he's gonna overtake the most gifted subs ever to the fucking channel in 1 month. Damn, how did you get all these emotes so quickly? I spent ages on one emote. Well, I did make it a little bit easier for myself. I took the base and basically changed it for every emote, so I didn't really like draw new emotes. And yeah. What's up, Checks? How you doing? It's going good, it's going good. We are on my first game jam here, so trying to make a little bit of a horror puzzle game. Currently working on like the intro, dialogue, cutscene, whatever you might want to call it. How are you doing this fine Monday? We have to hurry. He's gonna get here any second now. Maybe I need to try and shorten this down. This might be a little bit long. We'll see, we'll see. I think it's gonna be easier to tell once we actually implement the whole cutscene and see it in like real time, whether it works or not. So are you, man? How's the game going? The game is going really good, to be honest. I'm feeling really hyped about it. Feels like it's been a while. Yeah. I don't know. I've been doing consistent progress pretty much every day, so it feels really good, and feels already like it's probably gonna end up being my most polished game so far. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Good, thanks. Been learning Unity for 4 years myself. Hope things are doing well. That's cool to hear. What have you been working on? Fucking hell, 4 years. I don't know, when did I start? I think I probably started like... I probably started off inconsistently like 1.5 years ago? 2 years ago? Fucking, I don't know, time flies. Time goes pretty quickly nowadays, I feel like. As I slowly become more and more of a boomer. Did you have any previous experience with like coding or anything like that? Or did you just jump headfirst into game development? I do the same thing with emotes, but I still take a while, I don't know. Yeah, I do feel like it probably helped me a little bit, the fact that I did pixel art now, because I have been practicing it a little bit. I still think there are a few that I would like to change that I'm not like super happy about. Mainly the laughing one. I'm not super happy about the laughing one. It doesn't really give the right type of laughter from it, I feel like. So that one I might end up trying to rework. None, I'm a jazz pianist. Holy shit, look at that. That's dope. Did you study programming previously? No, I did not. I basically brute forced it for the first year or something, and basically just now I'm starting to feel a little bit comfortable with programming, which to be fair feels really good. I probably did not expect that I would get to this point in the beginning, because you know, I didn't know how to do anything. I couldn't write a single line of code without like instantly breaking the game. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like this might be a bit long for the intro. I'm not sure. We'll see. This will be easy to change later though, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, there we have the dialogue for the intro. Now we need... Let's see, we need to assign the dialogue text. And now we need to figure out how to actually make this into a dialogue. I think the easy thing we can do is How do we do it? Yeah, that was this other streamer who had gunshot as a sound alert, and I would rock out to the stream using the alert, and I would scare the shit out of him almost every time. Oh yeah, we did talk about that, making some jump scare sound alert as well. It should be fun. I mean, right now, yeah, like I said before, I've gotten jump scared by this game like probably 4 or 5 times now, which is really... It's getting pretty bad, to be honest. Like, there were probably like 2-3 times this weekend where I got so jump scared that I actually had like a full body shiver, and I like felt uncomfortable afterwards. And which is kind of good, because that's when I was like, it's kind of working. It's kind of working. Awesome, well, I saw horror game in your title and I love the horror genre. Let me know if you've been stuck on anything. Yeah, cheers, man. Of course, of course. It's quite funny though that I'm developing this, since I really haven't been like, I don't really play horror games. But in some regard I think it helps me, because it's very easy for me to tell if I find it creepy or not. Because I definitely do. Yo, this game is looking sick, I love the light effect you have. Thank you, man, thank you. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it, to be honest. I feel like it... And I made the light even smaller now, which I actually feel like makes it even more claustrophobic, and like... Yeah, like I'm legit starting to feel a bit uncomfortable playing this game. Especially when we actually start it and you start hearing the nasty footsteps. Is he nearby or not? He's not nearby, okay. I'm a horror enjoyer too, love indie horror games. Holy shit, everyone likes horror games. This is fucking ironic, isn't it? And here I'm sitting, I've played like, you know, 3 horror games in total, whereas 2 of them I played for like 40 minutes before I couldn't continue. So yeah. Did you make these 2D assets? Yes, so far I've made everything in the game except for the ambient soundtrack and the sound effects, which I have a mate doing for me. Otherwise everything you see we have drawn here on stream. Which we are gonna need to do a little bit more, because we need to have more furniture for like other rooms and stuff. I don't want to reuse the same furniture too much, because it might start feeling a little bit like I'm just reskinning the same room over and over, you know? Not even reskinning it, to be honest, just replaying the same room. I love making everything from scratch. Yeah, me too, to be honest. I think there's sometimes a different feeling, like looking at something and just being able to say like, I have thoroughly made this thing, you know? It's nice. Really impressive. Thank you very much, man. I do appreciate it. And the weird thing now is that I actually quite enjoy it, even like small things you might not expect. Like I made a new settings menu so that it would fit the aesthetic of the game. Like I had fun doing this menu. I had fun drawing and implementing a like scrollable drop down. Like, isn't that kind of mad to think about? Like, if you would have asked me 4 years ago if I think it would be fun to design the UI for settings for a video game, I would have been like, that sounds like the most boring shit ever. I actually enjoyed doing this. It's kind of mad, but that's the way it is. I almost think games require to be unique and to be able to stand out. I don't know, just my opinion though. Yeah, I think I can see both. Just as definitely, like, asset flip games, obviously get quite a lot of shit, but you also see there's a lot of really popular games that almost only use like public assets and stuff. So I think in the end, like if the gameplay is fun enough, almost anything could work. I think you might view the game in a little bit of a different light, but just there's something impressive about playing a game like, you know, I've been playing a bit of like Stardew Valley with my girlfriend, and like playing that game, knowing that a guy sat down by himself for like 6, 7, 8 years, I don't fucking know, it was a long time at least, and made like every little thing in this game, from the code to the music to the game and like everything. There is something like that. I don't know, I think there's a different feeling when you play it, like, yeah, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but there's a charm to it, you know. UI is fun. To be honest, I feel like UI is probably one of those things I would have expected to be pretty boring to do, but I actually quite enjoy the, like, even like simple menus and stuff. I actually think it's quite fun to do. There's no way you've only been doing this for 1.5 years. No, it's actually true. This is, technically speaking, this is like my 4th game or something. And technically I haven't released a single one of them yet. Besides one application I made just for fun. Yeah, fair enough, but I think there's a higher quality to when the game is made from scratch. No, yeah, like I said, I do think you end up like looking at the game in a bit of a different light. Like, there's a... Yeah, I don't know, it's hard to say. Yeah, like with Stardew Valley, I just think that there's something like really impressive, like charming and, yeah, like inspiring about it. Have you tried 3D yet, or mostly 2D? I have not done anything in 3D whatsoever. I've only done 2D. What about you? Stardew Valley is even crazier since it didn't use any high-level game dev tool like Unity. I don't even know what he made it in. To be fair though, like, something that's obviously worth noting is that he was like... He did have a background in... Or maybe not a background, but he did have an education in computer science. Which I think is... The reason why I think that's good about noting is that it's easy for me to think that, oh, I'm gonna sit down for 6 years and make the next Stardew Valley just like him. And it's like... That's probably a bit much of a complex game for me to make. Just incredible, one person made all that? Indeed it is, indeed it is. He just made his own engine? Yeah, that's fucking even crazier. I think it was a Bachelor of Computer Science or degree. Hey, I'm an uneducated knob, so yeah. Whatever I say, take it with a grain of salt when it comes to education. Checks your... Oh, you're doing 3D. Did you start off with that? Have you done 2D as well, or did you go ahead straight for 3D? I think one of the main reasons I enjoy doing 2D is that it is, as far as I know, almost objectively easier. And I feel like I have enough things to struggle with at the moment that I rather just skip that last dimension. It's just like, it feels like it's just going to be like objectively like 30% more issues for me. Is it crazy gamble to take on your life though? Because as I understand it, Stardew was his sole focus. Yeah, no, it was. I think as far as I know, he was developing it because he had trouble finding a related IT job from the beginning, so I think his plan was to quickly make this game just to have something on his portfolio to help him get like another job, and then obviously ended up spending like 8 years on it. But, and yeah, that's even crazier, because I think he even himself said afterwards that he like in the end, when he was working on the game before the release, he still didn't really know if the game was fun or not. Whether it was actually... whether he had thrown all this time away or whatever, you know, which is fucking crazy to think about. Like the fucking stress of holding like the publish button before he published that game must have been immense. But to be fair though, I know that he did have some community online, like, because obviously he did like post updates about the game and stuff even before release, so he probably, it wasn't like there's no way he didn't expect anyone to buy the game, because I'm quite sure people had shown quite a bit of interest beforehand. But yeah, it's still fucking insane. And that's the thing that I just feel like I can't do. Like, obviously I'm similarly-ish in, or kind of in a similar position, where, I mean, I didn't just graduate, but I did recently quit my job, for anyone who doesn't know. So, technically speaking, I am doing this full-time at the moment. But, you know, first of all, I couldn't afford to do this for 6 years, most likely. At least not at this moment. So that amount of time I just can't spend. And then if I'm gonna make a game, it's like, I could theoretically spend like 2 years just working hardcore on a game, but it's still a big gamble, because in the end, if I spend all that time on a game and then it doesn't do good, then I'm just fucked, you know? Whereas, like, it feels less risky to do multiple small games, because you never know if one game might actually do good. And the thing is that a game doesn't need to be complex and large to actually do good. Like, a good game is just a good game. It can be quite simple. But, yeah. I don't know. I think I don't want to go too big. That's why I'm really trying to fix my scope management issues recently. Yeah, small prototypes are the way to go. I really think so. I think these days early access can remedy some fear of failure on release. Yeah, that's true. And also can give a lot of good feedback. I'm quite sure that the developers at Supergiant who made Hades, they basically said that early access almost like, don't quote me on this, but something like it like really helped the development of the game, because they took a lot of the feedback from the early access and actually, you know, changed the game because of it. And so the game probably got set on a very different trajectory compared to where it would have gone if there never was early access. I do feel like, yeah, I don't know, I'm a bit divided, because there's also that little thing with like, I'm not a super huge fan of early access in general. I think it probably depends a little bit on how you do it. I'm not saying that I don't think anyone should do early access, but I think there are certain things about it I don't enjoy. When I don't know. Our battle as solo devs is time. It really is. That's very much true. Did I turn off my... Oh no, first time. I want to show them always for now, just to see that everything is working as it should. Oh wait, I have moved my flashlight. Why did I do that? Flashlight position Y should be 0, I think. I don't buy early access. I don't really anymore. It's been a very long time since I played an early access game. I don't know. Today I kind of respect when people just release the game, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna shit too hard on early access, because I think there is a time and place where early access makes sense, you know. So I'm not gonna like wholeheartedly say that all early access is bad, because I don't think it is. But sometimes as a player, it can be a little bit annoying when you feel like you kind of get the short end of the stick by buying early access. Okay, let's see here. What are we doing? We have the cutscene manager. Let's do something with like... Let's make sure that we even can show dialogue. So we do like... Maybe we should fade the whole dialogue box in and out. Like I do with the tooltips. Because these gonna kinda fade in and fade out. I'm not sure that's actually gonna work as good for the... Nah, I think maybe not. Let's not do it now at least. I actually think we need a reference to the game object of the dialogue box as well, so that we can turn that one on and off. Back in the 90s, you printed the cartridge or disc, no updates or patches allowed, true. Which is kind of mad to think about today, you know? We're a little bit... we're a bit spoiled today, aren't we? It's a lot easier, like everything is so much easier. Even now with fucking game engines, like, of course, like, there was a time where, like, or public or like massive game engines just wasn't a thing. Like almost everyone who wanted to make a game had to also make a fucking game engine. Like that kind of stuff is mad. I do expect that the people who did start off like that, they'll probably learn to very much about like computer science and game development in general. Like you don't have to go as deep to start making games today, but it's interesting. I think we're gonna make a public void. No, we're not. For now, just do a private void, which we're gonna call something like trigger new dialogue, maybe. And then I think we're gonna pass in a parameter with like, let's see, the dialogue is a list of all the sentences. Oh shit, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do this. I was thinking about just making one function only to find the specific dialogue sentence and pass it to the dialogue text at first, just to see that that works. No bro, I feel so lucky to make games today. Indeed, indeed. We don't own anything and everything is unfinished. How did we get Yeah, pretty much. What's up, Satsidak? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, kinda true. Okay, I don't know if this is the... No, yeah, I think we could do this and then we just do... We pass in a dialogue called dialogue. That is how you spell it, right? Kinda awkward if I end up spelling it wrong everywhere in the code. No, it is true. That is the way it goes. So to do the dialogue and then like a int for like the line index, maybe? Which will be the line inside of the dialogue. And then what we can do is that we basically need to find... Oh, this is gonna be confusing. We're gonna take the dialogue. We're gonna check the dialogue list. I should rename this so that it makes a bit more sense. Red Raka with another gifted sub. Fucking mad lad! What are you doing, fam? Holy shit, thank you very much, Raka. Another gifted sub to Check's party. Holy shit, my entire chat is basically subscribed right now, and it's all bitches of Red Raka. It's fucking mad. Insane. What a champ indeed. All good, I submitted my last paper and the last task, so I think I'm done now. Whoop whoop. Holy shit, congratulations, man. How about you? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Feeling good about this game. Gonna see if we can make a bit of progress today. I would like to kind of get finished with the first room. Not sure if that's gonna happen, but yeah. Another W sub indeed. As we say in Australia, Red Raka is a sick cunt. Yeah. And to be clear, that's a good thing in Australia. It might sound bad elsewhere, but that's the highest honor you could have in Australia. Just to be clear. I think let's call this a dialogue list instead. So this is the dialogue which has its own list. I feel like that makes more sense. It's a little bit more clear. So we take the dialogue, we get the dialogue list with the index of line index. That means that we now have a string. So all we have to do is say dialogue text, is that what I called it? Yeah. Dot text is equal to dialogue list line index. I think that should be it. Now just to try, we could make a void start where we trigger new dialogue. We are going to say, and this one, a list of dialogue. This should be called dialogues, I feel like. So in dialogues we take just the index 0 and yeah, wait, that's all I need to do, isn't it? Why am I referencing all of this? Because this dialogues 0 takes the dialogue in this list at the int. Oh no, exactly, no. This is the dialogue. This doesn't actually give you a string. What we could do is do dot dialogue list with the same index. This would actually now turn into a string, and in that case all we actually need to pass in is a string and set. I wonder what's gonna be easiest. They don't call it down under for nothing. Exactly. So either we pass in everything through these, or we do something like, just otherwise we just pass in what dialogue it is and then the index we want. I think that might be easier. I think, because this is the stuff I'm gonna have to write the most times, so making this more easily written is probably better. And then doing it a little bit more complicated here. So now dialogue 0 refers to the dialogue in the list. 0 is the index which takes the list of that specific dialogue and checks which line it's supposed to say. I think that should be good. So now, if this is working correctly, just by clicking start, we should get the first line of the intro in this box, right? Because I changed the name and that fucking reset the entire thing. Shite. I think I should have made this into a scriptable object instead. I think using a scriptable object here might have been better, because then I can still, because all we're passing in really is data. And I'm quite sure I should do just a list of strings on a scriptable object. So then we could just do like, you know, create new dialogue. Let's do it for like this for now. So we're gonna go in here. This doesn't really matter. We're gonna make a new string. This is gonna be test line number 1, number 2, number 3. Now if I press start, we should get test line number 1. That indeed works. So we now have a way of passing what dialogue we should trigger. So then we could do something where we like make a for loop or something to check each, you know, each index and just go the next and the next one until you've gone through all of them. So I wonder, I think we need to make a IE numerator so that we can pass in like wait times and stuff. And then we can do something where like, because I do want you to be able to like fast forward the intro as well. You know how many games do it, where like maybe if you don't have to wait the full time. If you like click, you will automatically jump to the next line in the dialogue. That kind of stuff I would like to implement. We don't want to actually force someone to sit there for a set period of time. How do we do that? Let's try this with an IE numerator first. I feel like we need to try and make some progress and actually, even if it's not perfect, just get it kind of working so that we can get everything to work, and then later on we can fine-tune shit if we want to. I don't want to spend too much time on this. So for now, I think we're gonna make a IE numerator and say something like this will be called can I call it cutscene? No, let's do run cutscene. And I guess we might pass in a dialogue here, so that if there's a dialogue. Okay, I think I'm not gonna make this super flexible for now. I think we're actually gonna run intro. And then what we can do is, let's save you here for now, and at the start function. No, I don't think I want to run you from here. I think it makes more sense doing it from the game manager. Here we have the start game function. I think we're gonna make a void start, and the first thing that happens when you start the game is that you call the no, you know what you do? You check if player prefs dot get int, I think it's called skip intro, 0 is equal to 0. If that's 0, did I do something wrong here? Yeah. There we go. That means you don't want to skip it. In that case, we call the cutscene manager.instance and say run intro. Otherwise, we just start the game. Because this is basically the setting that we have to like auto skip the intro completely. What's up, Crystal Mess? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. How you doing this fine Monday? Is the 0 on the line 36 the default value of skip intro magic string not found? Yeah, this is the default value here, exactly, of this player prefs, and then I just check if it is set to the default value. Yes, exactly. Oh no, if the skip... No. Okay, yeah, it's not if it's not found. This is so that if this was all I typed, player prefs get int skip intro, that just makes sure that if this hasn't been set to anything before... Oh yeah, so yeah, no, I guess it is if it's not found. Because that means that you wouldn't be able to find it in your player prefs and then it sets it to 0. So yeah, I guess that's true. I didn't think about it that way, but it kind of is, yeah. So yeah, if it hasn't been changed to anything else, it will always be set to this value. So sometimes it may always return 0 if the string is wrong then. Yes. So you mean like if I misspell this one? If I would accidentally misspell this, it would always give 0. So the string here is... Well, that's just the name of this integer, I suppose. Which is kind of weird. Well, it's the name of the player prefs, really. So, all we do here is that from the settings menu, we have a bool. But you can't actually use bools for player prefs. There's no such thing. So instead, I tend to just use an integer where I say that 0 is false and 1 is true, you know? That's the kind of easy way to, you know, it is an easy way to translate a bool into an integer instead. So then in this case it would mean that if skip intro is equal to 0, which is the default value, that means that in the settings we don't want to skip the intro. So if it is equal to the default value of 0, then we run the intro. Otherwise, this could also be if it's set to 1, because this will never be set to anything other than 1 or 0. But otherwise, meaning that the other thing that would be is that it's set to 1, meaning that the player wants to skip the intro. In that case, we're just gonna start the game. Where do you set your custom int value in player prefs, or rather, where do you define it? So for the custom value, that's the set from the settings UI. So I don't think it's set from, because this settings is actually just the implementation of settings, like the initialization and stuff like that, and actual applying it. So here, if we take like graphic settings, it often checks the player prefs, like what match frame rate do you want? Then we just check the match frame rate, which defaults to 1, but if it's changed you do something else. But then if we go to, where is it? Menus, settings UI, here is where you actually change it. You just call playerprefs.setInt, exactly. So here, if we take the one we were looking at before, on skip intro toggle, so this is it's a toggle, this one, auto skip intro, so it's either true or false. Then we just check, it's a dynamic one, so that toggle in the UI will pass in a bool. If it is enabled, we just set the int the player prefs int skip intro to 1. If it is disabled, then we set it back to 0, and then we save the player prefs. I know it saves to either Windows registry or somewhere on your system HD. Never used it though. Yeah, it saves to the Windows registry. I don't know how to pronounce that now. I'm quite sure. And obviously it's not great to use as an actual save system, which is, you know, it's fully accessible. So, you know, it might not be great to store like your character level or like the items you have or some shit like that using like, I don't know, indexes through ints in player prefs, because it's super easy for the player to go in and change. But yeah, I have done it for some, like my earliest game, like the high score system was all saved in player prefs. It's not great, but it does work if you're saving like simple stuff. But now in this game, I'm just using it for what it is actually made for, which is, as the name might suggest, it's player preferences. It's how does your player prefer to play the game. Is it full screen? Is it this or that frame rate? What kind of audio do they want? So that you don't have to like reset the audio and display settings every time you start the game, because that would be annoying. And then we're not using it right now, but I do have my own save system, so afterwards, when we're gonna start saving maybe some type of like progression or something, maybe you're gonna be able to continue your run or so, then we can just make a new type of game data where we save like maybe save file name, the current room you're in, and what items you have in the inventory. And this one is a little bit more robust, you know. This actually saves it as it does save it as a file on your computer, so you would be able to find it, but I also have like encryption and stuff on it, so it's not, you know, everything is crackable, I suppose, hackable, crackable, whatever you want to call it, but it's better, you know. It's not as easy. It's not just literally opening it in a notepad and changing the value, which is the almost what it's like with player prefs. Have you tried JSON yet? I think that's almost what I use. I should be quite clear here. ChatGPT helped me a lot with this save system that I have. I definitely did not do a whole lot of it myself, because it wasn't something I was very knowledgeable in how to even start. But I'm pretty sure I use some JSON thing for like making the basically saving the file on the computer, I think. But yeah, like I said, I barely could explain myself how my own save system works, which is kind of bad. It's probably good if I could. All I know is that I did have to tweak it a little bit, but it works. How it all works, well, that's for someone else to find out. It works. I'm happy that it works, basically. Okay, I think we're gonna do it like this. We are gonna turn off you again. I am quickly gonna go and reheat my coffee, and then we're gonna see if we can get this intro thing kind of working. I think we should make the animation for the flashlight. That's gonna be pretty fun. But I will be back in just a minute. Just gonna get some more coffee. So take a quick break and get some water, coffee, whatever you need, and then we shall continue. See you soon. We are back. Mid-rolls. Indeed. I actually remember to roll one this time. I'm trying to get better at this shit. Actually trying to run ads when I'm going away anyway, because it does disable the pre-rolls for anyone else that's coming in. So trying to get better at it. What's up, Chandonian? How are we doing? We're doing good. We're doing good. Getting some progress here in the game. I got a lot of shit done over the weekend, so trying to see if we can make the intro cutscene kind of work today, and hopefully maybe even finish the first room. We'll see. It does. We have already been live for quite a bit, and I feel like I haven't made super much progress yet, which is fine. That's the way it goes. But at least when I finish most of the intro today, I feel like. In a rough state, it doesn't have to be perfect. How you doing, Chandonian? Nice to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's see, run intro is inaccessible. That made sense, because you are... Oh, right. You're an I enumerator. So we're gonna make you into gerundio, I don't know what it's called in English. And then we are going to make a new, we're gonna make a public void called run intro, which is just going to... I mean, I could start the coroutine from Game Manager as well. Nah. I don't want to. So like I said, we're not making this in the most reusable way right now, even though I said that was what I was going to do. We have to keep in mind, in the end, this is a game jam. I just want to get it working in a simple way now, and then we can kind of try and polish everything later if we have the time. When does the game jam finish today? Again, in 13 days and 15 hours. So we're getting there, about 2 weeks left. And like I've said before, preferably I would like to spend like the last week or something almost only on like polishing and stuff. So I would prefer to have most of the game loop itself finished this week. By the way, I'm working on channel art as I'm watching. That's nice, dude. Alright, yeah, I forgot it was a long one. Yeah, indeed. It's so it's a month-long one. I didn't start right at the beginning, but almost. I think I started when it was like 25 days left or something. No. Is that true? Doesn't sound right. Wait, I know when I started. I actually have been logging the time I've spent on this game, which is kinda mad already, not gonna lie. It's not too bad, it's not too bad. I have worked on this game for a total of 11 days, almost every single day since I started. The first day was October 16th. That was the first day. So far I have put in 50 hours into this game with an average of 4.54 hours per day since I started. If anyone is interested in knowing. That's how my current work log is looking. 50 hours over 11 days. Nice. It's not bad, calculates costs. I mean, yeah, it depends. It depends on how you view it, because technically the costs are like nothing. But it depends on how you view it, because you could also argue that my living is my cost, and in that case, I just have to divide my rent and bills. Kinda nice to do some drawing again. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed just like drawing and working on art. Like I think the second stream we did on this game, for example, was basically only art. the full day. And I don't know, I think it's quite relaxing. I meant salary, but yeah, it's pretty good for the time. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, my salary for the work on this game is basically Red Ratcha's gifted subs. Why is this not working? Run intro is a public void. We call the cutscene manager .instance run intro. Oh, running, not all code. Oh, right. So for now, I think we can just do this, right? Dialogue of running intro. Oh, I need to pass in. So running intro would be... That would be... dialogues 0. That's it. Did you learn mostly through YouTube or any paid courses? No, I haven't paid for a single thing, I think. Vast majority is free. I started off on following tutorials on YouTube. Realized I didn't really learn that much because I was copy-pasting too much and not really understanding what I was doing. So I ended up starting over and basically tried the hands-on brute force method instead, where I tried to, you know, just basically rewrite the same fucking line of code 10 times until I finally got it to work, with some help from ChatGPT instead. I feel like that was a better way for me of learning, just like trying myself, and when I got stuck I asked ChatGPT for a little bit of help with like one specific thing, rather than looking at... What I did first was that I looked at a 10-hour long video on how to make a complete game, and then tried to follow that one. And I just, after a while, I think the video was good. It might actually be quite helpful maybe for someone who's a bit more experienced and wants to just try their hands on seeing like the development of a game. But like for me, for learning, it really didn't do that much because I wasn't understanding what I was doing. And yeah, since then it's basically mainly been practical, where I've learned a little bit every now and then just by doing, mainly. And the reason why I hesitated whether or not I had paid any courses is that I did try a programming course on Codecademy. I don't think I paid that one. I think I actually did the free version. I did pay for like a subscription for one of those sites for when I did a few cybersecurity courses, which arguably has some overlap, not really a lot. I mean, the most overlap was when I made the save system, which has a little bit of encryption and stuff. Like, you could argue that you know, encryption has more to do with cybersecurity in general. But yeah, otherwise no, I haven't paid for like a full like how to make a game course or anything like that. I would say 99% of what I've actually learned is through hands-on practice by just trying. Because even when I did like the coding course on Codecademy, that was like an introduction to coding, and you know, it was more so like going over shit I already knew, which I think is the reason why I didn't even fully finish that one. It's not a long one, but still. Because, you know, it basically starts off explaining integers and, you know, variable types and shit, which most of it I already knew by then. All paid content is just free content that has been branded. I mean, there's definitely an argument for that. For game dev anyways, it's more about getting in and doing it than making mistakes. Yeah, I think that game dev, at least for me, I do know that people are different. Maybe not everyone is like me, but I feel like I learned the most by going like full on just hands-on practice, you know. an alternative free from the engines themselves, for example Unity Learn. Yeah, exactly. I don't agree, but with that said, YouTube has great sources, just need to know where to look. Yeah, no, YouTube is also great. Yeah, I don't think courses have to be bad. I think for, like, people might be a bit different in how they enjoy learning stuff, I don't know. But there's definitely an argument to be made that today with internet, if you want to learn something, you could almost learn whatever you want, because there's always a way of finding good sources and even free sources, you know? Whether that might be free YouTube videos, documentations, or just forums and stuff like if one wants to learn for free, I think it's very much possible. But I think in some cases, maybe I can't say too much, like I said, because I haven't done. I did like my cybersecurity courses I did. I also tried a few on Try Hack Me. Those I actually think were pretty good, because, you know, if you want an early introduction, it goes over it in a pretty simple way. I probably should have found that somewhere else as well, but yeah, I don't know. You can disagree if you want, you're allowed to be wrong in jokes, obviously, yeah. At the end of the day, it's best to learn from different perspectives. This is G. Yeah, I think so. It's all subjective. I can only say from doing the job for 25 plus years. Yeah, and I do think... I think it's important to note that we're all individuals, and I think that what works for one person might not work as well for other people. Like, because I know that I am in general a very, like, practical learner. I really like learning by doing. That's why, the reason why I thought that, like, the Try Hack Me course was quite good is that they have a lot of, like, you know, little quizzes and challenges and stuff, and it's like you have a little bit of like an article you might read on, like, how you would hack your computer, or how like internet works, and then there's a little bit of like a challenge. Either you might actually get to try connecting to like a virtual computer to see how it works, or like, you know, it added a bit of a practical element to it, which I think is good, for me at least. And but I think I'm a bit like that with everything. Like, even like guitar, I'm fully self-taught by brute force, just fucking trying until it kind of worked. And languages is the same thing. I tend to, like, when I study the language, I tend to start trying to speak as early as possible and just make a shit ton of mistakes and kind of learn little by little. Like, I think in general I am a very, like, practical learner. Whereas, like, if I compare it to, for example, my girlfriend, she quite enjoys having, like, a more structured way of learning with, like, a teacher or something like that. Whereas, you know, I enjoy just going for, like, I just want to try and see what happens and take whatever learning I can find from it. I think sometimes it's just a difference in how we enjoy learning, I think. Because I do think I have, like, a consistent line of, like, doing practical learning, I suppose. Same thing, I did okay in school, but I really didn't enjoy school, and I think that I don't know, I probably would enjoy school more today, to be honest. I think I was just too uninspired as a kid, maybe. I think the subject is also important. Like, for becoming a surgeon, I rather they are courses to teach them so they don't get it wrong, but for something more artistic, I don't think it's as necessary. Very true, very true. Obviously, there are stuff where, like, if you wanna become a like pilot, you probably shouldn't brute forces. You probably should try to learn a bit first. I'll teach you a great English word. You are an autodidact. I don't know how exactly to pronounce it, but I do know what that is, because it's the same in Portuguese. Autodidata. It means a self-taught person. Autodidact? Is that how you would pronounce it? Autodidact.
Autodidact.
Autodidact. Yeah. Same with me, never studied English, I was very bad at school. Yeah, I think I was lucky. Like, I think my short-term memorization was good enough that although I didn't put in the effort I probably should have, I always came out with decent grade at least. But I kind of regret it today. But it is what it is. Don't lie, you'll take the surgeon who studied from only YouTube. Maybe just for laugh. Yes, perfect, sweet. Also, I'm speaking from a studio's point of view. When hiring people, I know it's very little to have any official learning or courses on your resume CV compared to actual projects and examples. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But we talked about that before. Yeah, I do think there's something to say about the fact that with like what you were talking about, the fact that it's more of like an artistic pursuit. And I feel like even if I have all the knowledge in the world, if I can't prove that I can actually build or create whatever the thing might be, then it doesn't really matter that much. Whereas if you can show that you can do something, like even if I haven't gone to art school, if I can draw you a really beautiful painting, you might still buy the painting, you know? Like, people don't look at a painting and go, maybe some do, I don't fucking know. Maybe someone looks at a painting and go, yeah, I wonder which art school he went to. Yeah, maybe. Fucking, I don't know, people are different. Oh yeah, I need to make a new... I basically made the entire background into a clickable object, but it's a little bit annoying because if I click anywhere, I get a warning that there's no... sound effect. The reason why I did it is basically so that if you have an item selected, you know, you can deselect it by just clicking anywhere. Oh, that's a bit... I did not think about that. Let's see, if we reload the scene, I could actually open the inventory and then pick up an item, which is a little bit weird because now the inventory is open, but it says click on the baddie to open your inventory. That's a little bit weird. Because now... Wait, does it disappear if I close the inventory then? No! So I have to close it and reopen the inventory to get rid of the message. That's something we need to look into. The easy way could be to just hide the inventory until you pick up an item. Like, legitimately turn off the button. That's an easy way to fix it. Anyway, for only 1.5 years, you're doing amazing progress. Keep it up. Thank you very much, man. That is very much appreciated. And I do think one key thing is the fact that I am still very... Although I'm slightly getting more comfortable with like coding and game development and stuff, I think one important thing is that I am still very eager to learn, which I think is good. I think trying to keep that like curiosity and eagerness to learn is probably one of the main ways to actually make sure that you do progress. Not getting stuck in just always doing what works. That's why I keep telling you guys that, like, if anyone wants to batch seed code a little bit, feel very free to do so. I am... Like, if you think there's a better way for me to do something, feel very free to say it. I have said before, and I have to say it again, I can't promise to implement everything that every person tells me to do, because, you know, I have to make sure that progress is made to actually take the game further as well. But I always find it interesting to talking about and thinking about the different ways you can do stuff. Even like before, when we were talking about like lists and arrays. I think it's quite interesting to try and stay curious and really continue to get better understanding of stuff. Because like I said, I had a rough idea of what the difference between arrays and lists were. Yeah, so basically, what I knew is that lists tend to be better for like dynamic stuff, whereas arrays are better for something that's a bit more static. The reason why is because, as far as my understanding goes, an array, each element in an array has like a set point in memory or something along those lines. I'm not a computer scientist, so my lingo might not be the correct, but that's kind of what it, as far as I know, it's more like the array, each index has like a set point in memory, whereas a list is a little bit more flexible in the sense that if you want to put a new item in the middle of a list, that's pretty easy. You can just say that this item will have the index in the middle, and that is like basically automatically gonna push itself in the middle slot, which is pretty easy. Whereas for an array, I'm quite sure if you want to put a... See, what's up, Tim? How you doing? Whereas for an array, I think if you want to put a item in the middle of the array, you have to actually take each and every item after it and move one slot over. Like, that's how the computer actually does it, so it's a bit more... If you're using it in a dynamic way, it's not as optimal. But what I didn't know is what then is the advantage to using an array, but Red Raka did explain that in the case that arrays for simple and smaller sizes tends to be more efficient instead. How's it going? It's going good. We're making... continuing developing on the game here, trying to see if we can get the intro working today, is the plan. Maybe even finish the first puzzle, which is going to be very simple. This, we will basically try and make like a tutorial room first, I think. You doing good? Nice to hear, man. Nice to hear. Nice to hear. I'm doing good too, thank you. Feeling good about this game. I did put in quite a bit of time this weekend as well, I couldn't help myself. So yeah, we've made some decent progress. Luckily we have supercomputers, so unless you are pushing the cutting edge, just use a list for now. Yeah, no, I do think that's the case. Like we said, you can... That's the thing, I don't think optimization matters as much today, since obviously computers are very, very good. But I still find it quite interesting to learn why something would be more optimal or more efficient than something else. It's still like interesting just getting an understanding of why something might be better. Because if it's not more annoying, you might as well do what's better, but at the same time, if you find it easier to do something slightly less optimal that might still work well, then I guess it doesn't really matter. Unless, you know, performance is really key in whatever you're doing. Like, obviously I have a bit of an understanding that this game isn't going to be perfectly optimized and stuff, because I don't know enough to do so, but I do think that it's still interesting to learn about. So, did you have a good weekend, Temp? There's so many rabbit holes. There really is, there really is. I mean, it's just the fact that I've spent 2 hours on stream now, and I've gotten one line of text to show up because I keep getting distracted by these rabbit holes. Which is, by the way, I'm not saying that it's like a bad thing. I think it's fun. I enjoy this, so I don't really care. It's fun. It's fun. It's interesting. Like I said, in the end, I'm quite eager to learn, so I don't mind chatting about whatever. Let's make the animation for the flashlight. Let's see, how would we actually do this? We're gonna create a new, let's see, asset, no, project, animation. Do I have something for objects here? I don't. I guess we make a new folder for objects, maybe, and we're gonna call this... So this creates a controller, right? So let's just call it flashlight. No, it also creates a clip. That's a bit annoying. So let's make this the default one, and then we make a new animation, which is like pick up flashlight, maybe. Because what I'm thinking here is that for the normal one, we are basically just not going to do anything, so we can just take like let's just take the scale and then just leave it like that. Now no animation whatsoever will play. To make sure that this works, yes, we have that as the entry, the default animation, and now we can make sure that when we start the game we can still move it. It does indeed work. Now let's go for flashlight, pick up flashlight. Here we are going to, let's just record. Let's set the Y position to something like minus 200. That was a bit much. I think we should move you back a little bit as well. Let's do like 160, 120. I'll let you coach. No. To be clear, obviously I still enjoy the, interactive element of streaming. That's why I do it. If I wanted to code all by myself with no interactions, I could very easily do so by just not turning on the stream. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if anyone wants to just chat about whatever, or if you want to give me pointers or teach me something about coding or whatever it might be, fucking go for it. I don't mind. Okay, I think it might look a bit good. Like, how would you pick up a flashlight? If you pick it up, I think it might look good if it's like you bring it up and then a little bit forward. I think could look cool. So if we start off maybe even further back, maybe like we start off at like minus 180, almost outside of the screen. And then we're gonna pick it up a bit higher than 0, which is the default position. We're gonna move you not all the way forward. Wait, that's not right. Oh, did I change the wrong one? 180. There we go, there we go. Boom. Actually, what is the default X position? 139 is the default X position. So let's make sure that we have, for the end, we should have 139, 0. That is the normal position of the flashlight. But yeah, this is basically what I was thinking, something like this. So you pick it up and then it like a little bit too far up and then it gets placed in the right position. I think that could look pretty good. I think this might be a little bit quick though. So let's like maybe drag these out a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe we move this one back. Maybe we even... let's see, Y10. Let's put you at 150. And then here we do 145. 10. So it will be a little bit smoother in like the curve at the top. And that looks weird. No, I don't like that. I think this is better. Maybe just slow the end down a little bit. How does it look in-game? It's almost not visible. I do think it's still too quick. And then I think maybe we shouldn't start as far out. Maybe I did go a little bit overkill. So we're gonna take this frame. What was the X position here? That was 150. Maybe 170 instead. We can also move you up a little bit, like 110. It just needs to be right outside of the screen and it should be fine. Okay, that looks pretty good. What did you use to draw your assets? For this game I've used GIMP for everything, which I do and don't recommend. I really do recommend GIMP if you want a basically free version of Photoshop, because, you know, GIMP is open source, and I've used Photoshop a lot before, and I don't really find GIMP to be lacking a lot of things. The main thing I would say is that neither GIMP nor Photoshop is great for doing pixel art. So if you want to do pixel art, you should go for something like Sprite or something like that instead, I think, which is more like optimized for it. I'm a Dumbo, and I haven't done so yet. I really should. I think we need to start some new thing here, where like you people need to start like scolding me more every time you see me do pixel art in GIMP, until I feel bad enough that I am forced to start using Sprite instead. I think this is a really bad thing with me, which is just like, if something kind of works, even if it's not
Red
optimal...
Rocker thinks you're very good at being bad.
Pretty much. If something kind of works, it's very easy for me to continue doing it, even though there might be better alternatives, because I can always justify, well, okay, it might not be perfect, but I can sort of make it work. But I really should get on Sprite instead. Sprite looks great, but I don't want to pay for it. The cool thing is that I'm pretty sure you don't have to. As far as I know, it's a little bit more annoying, but I am pretty sure Sprite is fully available on GitHub. You do have to compile it yourself though, or like something along those lines. But technically speaking, you could get Sprite for free. But I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like I said, it's not gonna be just download and open the application. But I'm pretty sure that it's like in a fully legit way, you can like basically download the source code and compile the thing yourself, and I'm quite sure there's nothing wrong with it. I got Sprite for free, there's a trial. The only thing is that with the trial you can't save, right? You can't actually export the things as far as I know. You can save and export? Oh, that's interesting. Because I think I tried the trial and it just said something like, I'm not allowed to export things or whatever. But yeah, I really think I should get on that, because obviously Sprite is a little bit more... Did I make the flashlight a little bit too dark, actually? Oh shit, did I change the color in the animation now? That's not what I meant to do. I use Krita for all the pixel arts. I haven't tried it, but I've heard a lot about it. Just that's a free alternative as well, isn't it? Ah, there's something I don't like about this. I don't know why. Did I... I think it is the... Yeah, it's the snap here. It goes... No, I think we need to do something where we go like... Let's see, it went up to 10 at first, it's gonna go down to 0. Let's do like 8, 145 maybe. No, it's too abrupt of a stop. I think that's the issue. Okay, so let's use this one as the... That's gonna be the peak. So what I think we're gonna do is that we're gonna slow it down here. So here we're gonna put the y at like minus 5, 155. And then we do something similar here where, okay, that's the peak. So we did 55 minus 5. So then here I guess we can do 5, 145. Basically try to smooth out the top of the curve a little bit. It seems very similar to GIMP, to be honest. Oh, okay. Great for actual drawing, but not for pixel art, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case with a lot of this. I think pixel art really is kind of its own medium, where I do think it's better to use something that's more optimized for specifically pixel art. I'm so bad at drinking coffee. My coffee is fucking cold again. This looks like shit! Why is it so bad? Just to see how it will look, let's copy this one, paste it, move it further away just to see the full, like, to the end.
Here you go, man. A-Seprite money seems good.
Fucking hell! Checks party with the fucking $20 donation. Fucking, that's the A-Sprite money. Holy shit, what a legend. Okay, that's it. That's good enough for motivation for me. We're buying A-Sprite today. Awful money. Holy shit, yeah. W Dono indeed. Get some hype for Checks party with that massive donation. Fucking hell, much appreciated, man. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you so much, dude. I really do appreciate it. I now have no fucking justification for not getting A-Sprite, so you know what? After stream today, I am getting that shit, and you won't have to see me do pixel art in GIMP anymore. Cheers, man. When I was younger, I just used paint. I mean, it works. But you can't do transparent, at least not with old school paint, right? Wow, now VIPs can get paid? Ah, shit. I love that fish. That's a fucking good emote, not gonna lie. You're doing great, want to give a small encouragement. Yeah, thank you, man. Really, truly, from the bottom of my heart, it's really... I really do appreciate it. Just don't tell Bezos, exactly. Jeez, fucking hell. We're going mad today. Red Raka with the fucking double gifts and Chech's party with the massive dono. Fucking hell. And this is the most money I've made since I quit my job. Gang gang. Okay, I think it's too slow in the end. That looked weird. Fuck yeah, indeed, indeed. Okay, we're getting there. It looks a bit better. You deserve it, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you. Okay, it's kind of slow. I feel like it goes too quickly down. Still a little bit quick at the top. Let's see here. Wait, why do I have 4 here? Oh yeah, that's the end, which means that this is the peak. No, something's off about the way down. So this frame looks a bit off. I think you maybe should go more forward. 1, 4, nope. I mean, that's almost at the end now. Something looks off about this. I don't know why. I'm not like master animator over here, so I'm basically just trying to brute force this as I do with everything else and see whether it works or not. Oh shit. Did not mean to do that as a animation part, but let's do this then. It looks off. Let's just try moving this around to see what. Yeah, that actually might be better. Maybe this one. Let's see, position. Let's do 175. Have it come even further out from the screen to keep more of an angle. -5, 10, 5. What if we do 5 and then 5 again? That should be more even. Okay, I think that's good if we just fix the timing, because I think it might be just a little bit slow there now. What the fuck happened now? Oh. So the top part needs to go a little bit quicker, which is this part. And then this can be a little bit slower. I don't understand this. Why I find it to look off. I think this might be good enough for now. Like I said, we can't spend too much time on minute details like this. Yeah, I think that's fine. Now we have it an animation to pick up the flashlight, and then we have the normal flashlight. I think we might actually... Oh no, what we can do is make sure that the actual flashlight is set to this position, which is 175 minus 110. 175 minus 110. So it's set there from the start. And now, after you have the flashlight, we pick up the flashlight. And this actually needs to be a trigger, so we're gonna have maybe this should be called equip flashlight. That sounds better, doesn't it? So we're gonna have no exit time, no transition. And I said no exit time. Equip flashlight. If equip flashlight is triggered, then you pick it up. And I wonder if we can end it here by just, as long as we don't loop this one. Speed 1. Where's the thing for looping? Should it not be like a... Okay, let's see what happens if we do it like this. We do have to trigger the animation though, so let's do it manually for now. And then equip flashlight. Okay, yeah, so it will start looping, which is not what we want. Oh wait, flashlight, what? Is this not the normal position though? Or how did I do it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Flashlight, animation, flashlight, preview. Oh no, wait, this is... Yeah, this is the flashlight out of the screen, so it's not visible. So then let's just make a new animation, I think, called... Why did you go into the save system? That's weird. Animations, objects, flashlight up, equipped. Which is, let's record. And then we select the flashlight. We are gonna put you at the normal position, which is 139, 0. Now you should be equipped as per usual. Maybe we should give a little bit of a animation to it. Because, you know, we do have the thing where the flashlight kind of follows the cursor a little bit around. But it would do that even if we have like an idle animation. So maybe we could have one just moving it like 1 pixel up and down to kind of simulate breathing, you know? Maybe that should look kind of cool. So rather than putting in it at the Y0, dynamic is better than static? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, it's a little bit dynamic now since it moves, but it's not dynamic if you keep the... Oh wait, I had to trigger it, otherwise we can't see it. Oh no. Okay, yeah, never mind, we have to fix this first, otherwise it's not gonna work. Flashlight, animation. So what if we just do like... Oh yeah, let's not change this one. It's flashlight equipped. You. Let's put you at... Exactly, 139, not 0. Let's do maybe -2. And then 2. Oh shit. Why did I not... Oh, do I have to record? Is that why? -2. 2. Maybe I just need to go 1 pixel up and down. And then we just go back to -2. I wonder if we should try just doing 1 pixel. Because the only thing is that this flashlight, something to keep in mind, the flashlight is also a button. Which means that we don't want to move it so that you miss it. Let's see how this looks. I actually think 1 pixel is enough. Just a little bit of movement, you know? There should also be curves that you can tweak as well. Ooh. I don't know how, but probably. Do you mean like in like the speed of the animation and stuff like that? Because I have noticed that in general when you set animations they tend to go... There's like an acceleration to it. Is that what the curve changes? Because often when you do it... Because if you do it programmatically by just adding value to the transform position, it becomes like it's completely smooth, you know? Which looks less smooth, interestingly enough. Whereas like when I set up Unity animations, it tends to be a little bit more like it goes quick and then kind of slows down at the end. Is that the kind of stuff you can change with curves, however you change those? I wonder how quick he should be moving though. Because obviously if it looks like he's breathing quickly, it might look more stressed, which could be good. But I also don't want it to take over too much. And let's see, after flashlight picked up, we have exit time, which will be the full animation with no transition, and then you should automatically go to the flashlight equipped. Now, we also need to go back to pick up flashlight and make sure that we delete the one where we changed the color of the object, because that's a little bit weird. Now, don't preview, start, move you again, equip flashlight. Oh no, this doesn't... Oh, it doesn't work. Yeah, we can't change the transform like this. Because now it doesn't follow the mouse, which I think is more important than having breathing. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, just to see... But wait, does that mean that... How the fuck do I make this work then? Because that would happen even with... an idle animation, wouldn't it? Okay, there's a curves tab / button bottom left on the timeline window. Oh yeah, curves! Oh, okay, let's check it out. Because the game should initialize correctly, right? What if I start game? Yeah. With start game, it should definitely be initialized. Game manager, game initialized, which is when you can start moving the flashlight. Okay, so this actually overrides the... Wait, if I go to exit, it's just gonna go back into entry, I suppose. Okay, I think we might need to make an animation that doesn't do anything with the transform, because that overrides our update function to move the flashlight, which we can't have. Let's see, if we take pick up flashlight, what did we say? Curves? Okay, so now it looks linear. Can I not see the preview? Oh, flashlight. Let's do pick up flashlight. Ooh, look at that. Okay. So, okay, interesting. Flashlight anchored position. Why do I have two curves? Oh, is it because the Y and the X? Is it one for each axis, probably? Oh yeah, this is the actual position. I just realized. Like, if I take this and move, I'll quite literally move the X position. Can I make... If I go here, can I make a new thing just by... Oh, double clicking. Oh. Interesting. Fuck, I kinda wanna try only using this instead. So let's... If we just keep the start and end position... Boom. I wanna see how it... I feel like this should be a better way of doing it. Because here we would get an actual curve. But yeah, you can see here that there is actually... They do have some initial... Because this now is from one point to another. So this should be completely linear. But you can see that it's actually slower in the beginning, then the change in position ramps up, and then it kind of slows down. Which is what I've noticed before, that there is like some acceleration and deceleration on the like default change in transform on animations in Unity. Did anyone follow? Hopefully. Okay, so let's say that like maybe here should be the peak. Then let's see, what is the Y position? The Y position should be the green one. Yes. And what if we take you and pull you a little bit above 0? Oh wait, that's way too much. Something like so. Yeah. Okay, I think these curves might actually be... At least when changing position, I feel like this actually might be a better, like, workflow. Okay, wait, what happened now? Oh, did I just pull it up too much, I think. I think maybe 10 pixels or something might be good. Yeah, I think I should do less. It's easier that it gets choppy if you have like more points. And then I guess with this... Oh yeah, look at that. I can actually change the direction of this curve. Which might actually be good to have just a little bit where it almost overshoots and in both directions. Like go up too high, go down too low, and then settle in. If you're not able to combine position changes between animate and update calls, you should be able to child it to another game object and move that via update. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. We can separate it in a way where we have the animator playing on like a child object, and then we perform the transformation change of the entire flashlight with like the parent object. Or vice versa would work both ways, I assume. It might be better to change the position in the parent object, because that's gonna be the more drastic one, and I guess the parent object is going to have the button to actually turn it on and off. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I think we might try that, because it does look a little bit nice having a bit of breathing animation on it. Okay, it goes a little bit too hard, I feel like. Now it doesn't even go below. It goes like 1 pixel below, and then it goes up. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, I might actually like that, because it might give a little bit of extra impact or whatever. Maybe maybe if we pull this one, make it a little bit longer of it. Maybe not that long. Why did I have it from the start? Okay, let's do like 110 maybe. Almost a second. Then I think we take this one and maybe move forward a little bit. Then I think I might want more change on this one as well. So you start off like almost all the way out in the corner. What if we do something similar here too, where we like overshoot a little bit? And definitely not that much. That was way too much. Just so that you're not all the way out. Yeah, I think that might look good. Okay, it looks slightly too... maybe slightly too aggressive in the end. If we just... wait, to just move the timing is actually easier to do here. Okay, now I don't know what is what. Okay, I think that was the X position. Nope, that was the Y position. Oh, interesting. Oh, no. No. Go back. Go here. Move you maybe back a little bit. That was too much, I think. I'm spending way too much time on it, but it's kind of fun. There's an arrow on the left expand to see the XY. Wait, in this one? Oh yeah, you mean here. Oh yeah, it actually says red, green, and yeah, it would be the same if I go here, right. The position X is indeed this one. Ooh, I quite like that. I think that's pretty nice. I've been using coroutines to animate my game objects, so I'm learning timeline as well. No, I do know what you mean. In the beginning, I used coroutines for almost everything. Like my entire like turn-based game I did was almost everything was made with like coroutines. But I did realize sometimes it's pros and cons to everything really. Sometimes it's actually nicer to use, like if you want this kind of stuff to be a little bit more smooth, I feel like the animations in Unity kind of make that easier. Sometimes I feel like it's just easier to go with the fucking good old coroutine, you know? It's, I don't know. Yeah, I like this. This looks much better. Because this does give, like, there's some, like, weight to it, or whatever, where it feels like it's actually, like, I don't know, equipping the flashlight in a way. Let's see how, we're not recording, are we? No. Let's see how it would look, just because I'm interested, if we make the flashlight white, and then pick up flashlight, run. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Looks good, thanks man, cheers. And thanks for the help. I had no idea about this child thing. I think that's gonna be useful. That's gonna be useful. Okay, stop preview. I think we are going to make the... How should we do this? What about... Let's see, we do have... I have a little bit of an idea how we might initialize this if you don't see the intro. What if we go to clickable objects? What do you actually... Look, if it's interactable, if the flashlight is on, and if game isn't over. So here, I actually think, because this is basically every clickable object in the scene derives somehow from this script. Alright bro, it's getting late, I need to sleep, great hanging out while I get to work on my yacht, catch y'all later. For sure, have a great night of sleep, challenges, and like always, thank you very much for dropping by, it's always nice to have you here man. And once again, congratulations on those, the tests or whatever you call it. The forklift test, I suppose? Yeah, I guess it's a test. Good on ya man, have a great night of sleep. Cheers. Okay, so this is whether or not we're gonna call the onClick function, which we do if the object is interactable, the flashlight is on, and the game isn't over. I think we need to change this later to be something like, and if... Rather than the game isn't over, I think it should check... No, it should also check if the game has started. Because I don't want you to be able to click around too much during the cutscene. I think that might be weird. Or would it? Maybe. Not. Because in the end, if I think about when I played through Portal, you know, in the beginning when they're like talking and stuff, you can still run around in the room. Okay, let's start one thing at a time. So, else if... I think I want an if statement here. Yes, we do. So, if the... This would mean that the flashlight does not have to be on. Game isn't over. Okay, let's make sure this works fully. We don't care about whether the object is interactable or not. So what we do... No, we check if game initialized. Which is if GameManager.instance.game initiated. I really should change the name on that one, because it's not really... Because this is starting to get a little bit confusing. I have too many bools here to check what state we're in. We basically have game initiated, game started, game paused, and game is over. There's a lot of bools going on here, and some of them are a little bit ambiguous. Like, it's not super intuitive what the difference between initiated and started is. It kinda is, to be honest. Because it is initiating something and starting something is a little bit different, I suppose. Probably more so in code. Because initiate, for me at least, feels like something you do earlier. Like you start off like, maybe in like an await function, you initialize the whole game. and then like you start the game. I don't know if that makes sense. But here, what this really is, game initiated, is just basically whether or not you can use the flashlight, I think. Because I think if we go over to our flashlight script, I'm pretty sure update looks, yeah, if the game is initiated and the game isn't over, then it tracks the position of the mouse. Catching a lot of variables can be dangerous. Have you looked into events? Event keyword in C#. I have used them a little bit before. I don't think, technically I have event systems here. I don't know if I'm using it in this specific one though. It is probably better, I would assume, because yeah, I do know that like my game manager here is getting a little bit messy. I think maybe events, I don't know exactly how events work. Comment that using statement to see what is using it. Let's see, where was I? It was the flashlight, right? Well, you mean just comment it out to see if I get an error? Oh wait, isn't it this? Pointer event data. That's it, I'm quite sure, because this uses the Unity event system. I am 99% sure. Yeah, I don't know either that or if we should use like enums, because you can kind of use states as enums as well, right? Or rather use enums as like different states of the game to like check what state you're currently in. And then like if this state, then do this stuff. Because that's kind of how I did it in my turn-based game, I think, where we would have enums for different states with like the player turn and the enemy turn. Unity events. Unity events explained in 4 minutes. What are events? That sounds pretty good. Enum and switch statements. Oh yeah. Yeah, so then you can use the switch statement. So depending on which state you're currently in, you do different stuff.
Why you should use them, and how, in 4 minutes. So what are events? To put it simply, with an event you can subscribe different methods to it, so that when the event is activated, all of the methods that are subscribed to it will also be called. When we use references, we have lots of direct reliance between our classes, and if we lose one of those references, we get a null reference exception. However, with events, if there's ever a case where an object that we have subscribed a method from is lost, activated, all of the methods that are subscribed to it will also be called. When we use
oh yeah! Yeah, I remember. Oh, Unity event is different than C# event? Oh, I see. Because this I remember using in my first game with the help of ChatGPT. I used like Unity events for when the player died. So that because there was a lot of things happening at once when the player died, so I think that would call like a Unity event. Okay, so a C# event is different to this. Oh, I had no idea. How to use C# events in Unity. So what's the difference then? What does events do? What would be best to use here? Events or enums? C# event keyword. Upgraded from ChatGPT to video tutorials, let's go. Declare the delegate if using non-generic pattern. Declare the event, public event, blah blah blah. Wrap the event in a protected virtual method. Enable derived classes to raise the event. So wait, does everything that uses it have to derive from the same? Oh, but you can just add that as a different, like, oh, mono behavior and this thingy. Don't worry about events yet, but I'll do a short explanation. Okay. And documentation, crazy. Dude, we're stepping up the game here. We're stepping up the game. Event is a variable called a delegate. A variable that can store functions. Okay, it's a variable that can store functions. Sorry, I just have to get my non-educated brain to fully comprehend the lingo here, so I made sure I actually understand this. Okay, yeah, it's a variable that can store functions that outside classes can subscribe to using the plus equals operator. And when invoke is called, all the subscribers will be notified. Functions stored in the event will be called. So a game manager can broadcast public event on game post. Okay. It does sound like that would be a pretty good way of doing it. Because otherwise, just in that case, it's basically depending on like which way we want to do this. I feel like this is coming at the issue from, or issue, I'm not sure it's an issue, but I feel like it's like we're coming at it from two different ways. So, because I feel like if we use enums, I feel like we're almost doing it in like the opposite way. So if we use enums, we would place those enums inside of our game manager, and then all the other scripts that we have would they would basically check the game manager whether we are in this state and do different things, I suppose. Whereas I feel like if we use events, if my understanding is correct, I feel like we kind of do it the opposite way, where we declare a bunch of events inside of the game manager, but rather than having the other scripts check anything with the game manager, this would be like when we invoke a method, when we invoke it, we basically tell all the other scripts that now it's time for you to do this thing, rather than them checking what state the game manager is in. Does this make any sense? I don't know, maybe you could do something similar with enums and like states as well. I'm not sure. I'm not saying do it now, but just telling you it exists. Yeah. You're describing the coupling. Coupling. Coupling in computer programming. In software engineering, coupling is the degree of interdependence between software modules. A measure of how closely connected two routines or modules are. And in this case, like routines modules, this can refer to like the scripts in this case, I guess. Events are less coupling, yes. Okay, the events are less coupling. Only subscribers are coupled to the broadcaster. Oh yeah, and the strength of the relationships between modules. Coupling is not binary, but multi-dimensional. Good. Loose coupling, high cohesion. So should this refer to like, the nodes could basically be like different scripts, I suppose. And then there's... Oh yeah, so we couple all of these together and there's like one traffic point to the next. But wait, this square, is this an object? Is that what they're trying to... Oh shit, I'm too fucking dumb for this shit, man. I'm trying my best here. But high coupling, low cohesion. So that means that... Okay, yeah, I think this is more like how I do it. Where everything talks to everything at the same time. I just make all my object, or all... like half my scripts into like singleton instances so that I can call them from anywhere, because I don't have to think as much. And I think that makes it look a little bit more like this, if I'm not mistaken. Events are less coupling. Broadcaster does not care who subscribes, only subscribers are coupled to the broadcaster. Oh yeah, because when the broadcaster invokes it, it will basically talk to every single one, so that would be high coupling. But for those who listen, oh my god, wait, am I understanding this correctly? Yeah, this is why we need to focus on small games, fail fast, exactly. I do find this interesting though. Like I said, like I am eager to learn. So I'm trying to choose something that's really easy when you're like self-taught and just dabble around by yourself. Is that it's very easy to lose a lot of like the lingo and important like foundational understanding, you know? That's why I often try to make sure that, because it's so much easier when you start understanding the lingo. Like when I tried talking to ChatGPT and I didn't know any lingo, I couldn't even ask for help, and I couldn't search Google because I didn't know what the fuck I would be searching for. Because I didn't know what a function was, I didn't know what a variable was, where now I at least kind of know. Cohesion is more about encapsulation. Keeping your privates private. Okay. Coupling is about the publics. But you want to minimize your publics. Yeah, I think I probably overdo publics, to be honest. I would suspect. Okay, so loose coupling, high coupling, low cohesion. Cohesion is about encapsulation. I barely understand this. Coupling is usually contrasted with cohesion. Low coupling often correlates with high cohesion and vice versa. Low coupling is often thought to be a sign of well-structured computer system. When combined with high cohesion, supports the general goals of readability and maintainability. Sounds like good things. Coupling can be low, also loose, weak, or high, tight, or strong. Don't be like me and get lost in the rabbit holes. Nah, we're going deep, fam. We're going deep. I find it interesting though, like I want to understand it. I think I'm just Fucking hell, I'm just too uneducated with this shit. So wait, this would then be... Wait, why is... Which one of these has high coupling? I mean, I guess this is high coupling, right? If I understand it correctly. Happy to talk over Discord anytime we're both free. Yeah, sure, man. I guess this is high coupling because I have more connection points, because each one talks like separately to the game manager. Whereas with this one, this is actually a little bit different, because technically there's one line between... I don't know if this makes sense. Yeah, because we have the game manager with the invoke method that goes out to everyone. So you could kind of, I guess maybe you can argue that... No. This is like one line that actually splits to everyone else. I don't know. Only if outside classes are allowed to set the enum, which I would avoid. Yeah, that's probably not. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I probably should come up with a good way of handling the different states of the game. What was I doing? Clickable object. Okay, let's leave it for now and see. We might either do that. I don't want to break the game at the end though before the game jam. Maybe we should try to do it in a little bit too like manual effort now, just to get it working. And then after the game jam we can see if we can fix it in a little bit more cohesive way. Do what you know now after the game jam, analyze what works or doesn't. Yeah, I think that might be the way, to not go too deep in a specific detail now. So we're gonna... Yeah, I think that's how it... Let's keep the weird bools for now. And then I think we might look into either events or enums afterwards. I'll have to research a little bit and see what seems to make the most sense and what would be the easiest to implement. So I think if the game manager's game is not initiated, which only happens when you start the game, that's when we call game initiated. This is going to change though, because otherwise, yeah, this is just like, I think this is redundancy. Because what we're gonna do instead is that after you pick up the flashlight, that's when we initiate the game. Just like I said, initiate is a little bit weird here. It's basically initiate flashlight. Is basically what it does at the moment. Game started is more to refer to like, now the monster starts, the timer starts, now the actual game loop is running. After the game jam, let me know if you want a code review. Yeah, I think we could do... It would be interesting. There are definitely a few things I think I'm doing a bit non-optimally. But that's why I say, like, if anyone has pointers, you can always feel free to let me know. Let's see, so we call run intro, which I think that is going to trigger a few dialogues and then trigger the flashlight animation. That's when we're going to initiate the game so that the flashlight starts moving. Why though? Couldn't technically the flashlight be moving before then? Just that it's moving outside of the screen and you can't see it. But the thing is that if you skip the intro, you need a way to trigger the animation to get the flashlight. So that's why I thought that, like, if the game isn't over and the flashlight isn't on, because this only works when the game itself is running, because you can't do stuff unless the flashlight is on. But then we check if the game isn't initiated. Okay, let's try just doing this, I think. And then we just say flashlight is an instance, right? I'm pretty sure it is. Like I said, I do a lot of singletons here. That's my kind of jam. Which is probably bad, right? Because I guess, speaking of coupling versus cohesion, I assume that using a lot of singleton instances, calling them from everywhere, is high coupling, low cohesion. I guess. Yeah, I think I need to work out a way to utilize a game manager as a bigger, like, controlling everything else more, rather than now it's a little bit like every object controls every other object in some arbitrary way, which probably isn't great. The opposite of caching state variables is calculating state. So for instance, how would you calculate that the game is currently paused? Meaning you're not allowed to check the bool variable. I should check if the pause menu is active. If the pause menu game object is active. Because that would be another way, technically, of telling that the game is paused. Because now what I do is that when you bring up the pause menu, that sets the bool to paused. But yeah, technically speaking, we could just check if the pause menu is active, because that would like automatically prove that the game should be paused right now. Yes, checking if the pause UI is displaying. Now you've eliminated one of the cached bool variables. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, I can probably do that quite a bit then, I would assume. Same thing like activate monster. I mean, some of these are actually... Yeah, actually, this one is a temporary thing. Because this is just so that I can playtest the game without having the monster doing anything. Yeah, same thing here, like, I probably don't need a bool to check whether the game is over. It's always best to calculate state versus cache state. Yeah, I think this stuff specifically is probably something we should figure out, like, a better way of handling. Because technically I am like... I just have a shit ton of bools to try and imitate different states of the game, kind of. But it does make sense, even using more calculations, or possibly using like events or like enum states or something to calculate this in a little bit more of a clear way, I suppose. Because yeah, I do a lot of this stuff now, where like, when you start the game, then we set the initiated and started to true. When we pause it, we set game pause to whether that was true or false. When you call game over, you set the game over bool to true. So yeah, we're doing a lot of this by using bools at the moment. An example is public bool game paused. Turn it into a property getter. Okay, so that bool gets UI manager dot pause menu is active. Oh, I see. I haven't actually used that one a lot. I don't exactly know what this is. I'm not even sure that's... Is that how you write it? Yeah, I think so. Or is it? No, it's its own symbol, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay. I don't know exactly what that does. Let's try doing .animator.set trigger equip flashlight. Let's just see if this works. Now, flashlight, I do know that you're gonna need a... Maybe this is weird. Wait. No, let's call a function instead. Let's make a function called like equip flashlight. And then here we make a private animator called animator. In the start function we can say that animator is equal to get component animator, and then lowercase exposure, we don't use you anymore, so you go away. We are going to make a public void called equip flashlight, which is going to say animator dot set trigger equip flashlight. Okay, let's see if this works. The lambda expression is a shorthand for get return value. Okay, so yeah, that bool would get the value of UI manager pause menu is active. But then what? Where would you put that then? Oh no. Oh, so that... but... Property looks like a variable, but it's a fancy getter setter method in C# syntax. So would you say that... But would that happen only at when you start the script? Or like if I in real time change the pause menu is active, would the game pause bool automatically get that when that happens? Or do I need to like call it somehow to retrieve that value? Okay, that does not seem to be working. Oh no, oh no, that should be fine. I was gonna say just the flashlight isn't on, but that doesn't matter because this just checks if the game is not initiated. And then you should call equip flashlight. Animator. pickup flashlight has equip flashlight, which did pull it up. Huh? Oh my god, stop doing that. Fam. Sometimes IntelliSense is messing me up a little bit, not gonna lie. Like, why would I'm not wanting to make a fucking TMP text input debug tool. I just want to make a debug log. It should be an execution order issues with this sort of coupling, but it would get the value from UI Manager in real time, yes. Oh shit, okay. Yeah, that seems like it could be quite valuable. Okay, on pointed down was scrolled, but not the other one. How come? Game Manager. Oh wait, the game is... Why is the game set to be initialized? Oh wait, I know. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we do this. Now if I click anywhere, we bring the flashlight up. And otherwise, if we would reload the scene, and then we start the game, which would initialize it, now it doesn't. So in the end, we are not going to initialize it during the cutscene, I think. We're going to initialize it automatically after the flashlight is brought up. I think. Because this is just so that you can get the flashlight up with the cool animation if you skip the cutscene. Then you just do this. I think. Anyway, let's do the cutscene thing. I'm not saying to do it, but just giving you a rough example of calculating state. Yeah, no, I understand. No, I still think it's good to think about the different ways you can do stuff, because I feel like that's one of the... Can you guys even hear me when I do this? Is this super fucking loud for you guys? Sorry in that case. I do think it's good to kind of just have knowledge of the different ways you can do stuff, because I feel like that's one of the things that really improve the code, because a lot of the time when I do something in a very bad way is often because I'm just oblivious to how I would do it better, if that makes sense. Not loud? Oh, okay. Good. It looked like it would be loud from my audio mixing, but that's good. Why is equip flashlight? Oh no, we got yeah, we fixed that. Never mind. Cutscene manager running intro. What are we gonna do? We are going to... Because that one did get called immediately, right? Because we told the game manager to... Yeah, if we don't skip cutscenes, then start that one. So we're gonna do a few more things here. We're gonna start off by also saying that the dialog box, which is the game object, should be set to active, which is otherwise we don't want to have that one there. Now we should be able to make you inactive, and if we start... Fuck. Do I have... No, we don't skip the intro. Let's see, game manager, if you're not supposed to skip the intro, then call run intro, which starts the coroutine with the dialogue of index 0. When we run this one, dialogue box. Have I forgot to set you? No, that should have given me an error then. Cutscene manager. Oh no, it is not set. Why did I not get a null reference exception? Huh. It still didn't get set active though. There's a famous quote of wisdom, I paraphrase. The two most difficult aspects of programming are cache invalidation, naming things, and off-by-one errors. Okay, I know one of those, which is naming things, which is fucking difficult. I struggled so much with naming shit. I don't know why... Cache invalidation. I don't think I understand that one. Off by one errors, not sure either. Off by one. So what, if a value is off by one, quite literally? Maybe? Oh, the loss is a joke? I'm too dumb. Oh, did I not save you? Is that actually the reason why? Holy shit. Boom, it works. We should also do something like... Wait, do I actually want you to be a... Ah shit, how should I do this? The former is about, well, we were talking about how caching variables are dangerous because they have a risk of not being valid at any given time since they are not calculated. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's cache invalidation. Naming things I definitely get, and that is fucking difficult. I struggle all the time with naming stuff. Is it... I want to make sure that we can like skip parts of the intro as well, or like fast forward kind of. Running intro. When we run the intro, we could just trigger the first dialogue and then make it so that you have to click for the new one. And maybe have one I enumerated to check the time, how much time has passed, and if enough time passes, you automatically go to the next one. Maybe. But let's try doing this in a hard-coded way first. So we set the dialog box to active. We show the first. We are going to show the first dialogue. And then let's just yield return new, wait 4 seconds. I don't know, 2 seconds, that might be a bit long. Wait, I should use for loops here. Not have to write as much code. Technically, I only want to... I think I want to show 2 lines of code first, and then do the rest of them, basically. Okay, wait, I'm gonna hard code this first. Where we just do... this 1, and now we will make a for int I exactly I is less than dialogues count I plus plus, but we can't start at I because we already done 2 dialogues, so I guess you should be, let's see, 0, 1, I guess you should be 2, because then on the first one it would be line with the index of 2, and then here we trigger new dialogue from the same. Oh wait, we have a reference to dialogues here. So this should actually just be... What the fuck? That's not what I did. Let's do this. We don't actually need to do it this way. Boom 1. And then... Now it's gonna go through everyone till we finished all of them. After the second one though... Here's the off by 1 error. Probably. Here we're going to say... Usually has to do with indexing, yeah, that makes sense. I probably miscalculate this, to be honest. That's something I find quite funny about coding though. Because a lot of the time you kind of want to go, ah shit, the computer didn't do what I told it to do. Like that's how you like emotionally want to think about it. Like, why did the computer not listen to me? And every single fucking time, once you figure out the issue, you realize that the issue was that you told the computer to do the wrong thing. The computer doesn't fail to listen, it does exactly what you tell it to do. And it's always, basically, it's very good for like humbling yourself, I suppose. It doesn't stroke your ego, because in the end you always, almost always, I feel like the end like thing that you realize is that, oh no, I was the problem again. And I think that's pretty fun. Flashlight.instance.equip flashlight. This is so bad, but I'm gonna do it this way for now. When we equip the flashlight, after we waited the 2 seconds here, we should also probably turn off the dialogue box, just because it's gonna look better. And then before we finish the rest of the dialogue, we will turn it back on again. Whoops. Dialogue does not contain a definition for count. Okay, I think that's a misspelling somewhere. What is dialogue? This is... Oh yeah, no, it has to be dialogue.dialoguelist.count. Which is the dialogue is this element, but we need to check the dialogue list and what the count of that is. Now, let's add a few more, just for testing. We have 4, 5, 6. So now it should show 1 and 2, then the dialogue box should disappear, we should equip the flashlight, and then it should show the rest of the dialogues. If it works. 1, 2, equip the flashlight. It didn't get turned off for some reason. And we are stuck at 2. Okay. So, even though I set this to 2, that should be less than the dialogue list.count. Oh! We trigger 1 every time, that's not good. We need to trigger I. Because the I here will be the reference to what dialogue we should say. Computers are good at following instructions, they do a great job at weaving our spaghetti, exactly. Okay, 1, 2, flashlight, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is a very... This is not how we're gonna do it in the end. But I think it kind of works for now. We need to though... We need wait time here. Yield return new, wait 4 seconds. Technically it should end here because it shouldn't continue until you... It shouldn't continue until you start the flashlight, because this is where we want to teach the player to basically how to turn on and off the flashlight. So we kind of need to end it here and then like run a new one. This is getting a little bit messy. I don't know if this is the best way of doing it. Maybe we should make it in a way where it's not based on time. You actually have to click through each... You actually have to click through each dialogue. Is that bad? How do people tend to do it? How does it tend to be in an RPG game if you start talking to someone? Do you have to like confirm each sentence you hear? I don't remember. Visual novel dialogue system is difficult. I feel like everything is difficult. Wait, I have to see something like... How would... Because I know in a lot of games like Skyrim and stuff, if you like spam a button during a dialogue, you will like skip to the next dialogue all the time. But what happens if you never press it? Skyrim NPC. No, I think they would automatically go to the next one if you wait long enough. What about like the Dragon Rising? Is that the quest? I don't know why I'm basing this on Skyrim, but I'm just interested. Hybrid usually timed is like cinematic, timed with animation. Otherwise manual continuation most of the time. Yeah, I think it might be decent to go for like only timed. Let's see, maybe this guy skips all the dialogue, we don't know.
What would you have me do then? Nothing?
No, not here.
My lord.
Here this is
What's the
timed.
meaning of this interruption?
What about this one?
Is not receiving visitors.
Oh yeah, then you get to say something, so there's an obvious pause.
Well, that explains why the guards let you in. Come on then. The Jarl will want to speak to you personally.
So, you were at Helgen. You saw this dragon with your own eyes?
Okay, I want to see when it doesn't have an answer. But yeah, I think it might actually be hybrid in this game.
Right. What do you
Yeah.
say now, Proventus? Shall we
Which is here, it would be
trust
weird
the
if you
strength
had
of our
to,
walls?
during a like
the dragon?
dialogue between other people, continuously
Send troops.
confirm for the next one. In this game, I feel like it doesn't really matter. I think for now, we might completely skip the the timed essence and go for... Stereo, I guess, is timed with click strip. Yeah, I think so. I think for now in this game we might go for pure click strip, like you have to actually click through the dialogue. Mainly because I don't really know how to do it. Because I don't know how I would make something where you can also... I guess it's if you do an I enumerator for every trigger. And if you click something, then you say that the... You're not going to have voice acting, so manual click is fine. Yeah, I think it's easiest. Like I said, we have to try and actually... Wait, let's keep you for now. Made some progress here. I am getting, like I've said, a little bit stressed. The time is of essence. No, not really, we have 2 weeks, it's fine. We're gonna be able to do this. Easy peasy. Okay, so how would we do it then? Thing is, we have this cutscene raycast target, which I think I'm going to use. It's basically just an empty image for now, but basically the plan is that when you run the cutscene, we activate this cutscene raycast target, and this will block all the raycasts in the scene, meaning that for this one we could actually make the entire thing into a button to see the next piece of the dialogue. The only thing that's going to be in front of this one is the flashlight, since this is also when we're gonna teach how to use the flashlight. So, I think we are going to make a public void for the raycast target, which is going to like skip to next bit. I don't fucking know. Like we said, naming shit, not fucking easy. Maybe bit is not good when we're doing IT stuff. Let's do next part. And then I guess we have to... What if we keep a... What if we keep an integer of which the current thing is, and then we do a switch statement for what's going to happen? So like when you call run intro, for example, maybe say that we have like a private int, which is like current... I don't know, cutscene part or something. And when you call run that one, we always set it to 0 just for redundancy. I don't know. And then here we do... Oh shit, how do we do this? Okay, I think this is gonna work. This is going to be bound to the whole thingy. But we have to make sure that you don't skip it before you know how to use the flashlight. So here, instead of using a bool, let's calculate it. Because I'm pretty sure in the tooltips manager that we have, I think I even have a function to check if a tooltip is active. So flashlight tooltip. So what we're going to do is if tooltip manager dot instance dot tooltip active flashlight tooltip. If that is the case, then return. Don't do anything, don't skip to the next part unless the player has showed that they know how to operate the flashlight. What is dialogue? Is it a list string set in the inspector? Yeah, basically. Dialogue contains a dialogue list of strings. I don't know, this is just in case I want to have more dialogues in the game. Right now we only have one. So that gives me, in the cutscene manager, I can have a list of all the dialogues, which has a list of all the lines in that dialogue, if that makes sense. Damn, you're really going ham on the singletons? Dude, no joke, I've said this multiple times. I think I probably overuse singletons quite a bit, but they're so fucking convenient, I don't know how to stop. It's just annoying having to make references all the time, you know? And magic strings, I don't know what the magic string is. But I can definitely agree to the point that, like, you know, all my managers have instances, or singleton instances. The monster has a singleton instance, the flashlight has a singleton instance. There's a lot of... I think even the cursor in the game has a singleton instance. I use them quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie. I do. But they're so fucking convenient, I actually don't know how to stop. Let's see, let's check if this... No, let's check if it's active, in that case return. Otherwise, we do whatever script the next part is going to do. Which I think is going to set the current scene part to 1 higher. And then... And then we need to call another function that does whatever we need to do. I'm loving it. This is like watching a crazy motorcyclist driving through hoops of fire. Yeah. It was, speaking of that, like coupling versus cohesion, I think this is incredibly high coupling, low cohesion, if I'm not mistaken. By just putting singleton instances everywhere in the game. But it's fucking convenient, because I never have to worry about making like my own references and stuff. Because I know I can call fucking anything from anywhere. It's convenient, but it might not be good. That's two different things. Void... Maybe like continue cutscene, where we are going to... Do I even need to pass in? No, because now we have a static reference to the scene part. You have my blessing, keep going, let's go. So then we call continue cutscene. Now here, we're not gonna start off by running you. Instead, we are going to call continue cutscene. And then here, we make a switch statement depending on the current scene part. This is probably not a great way of doing it, but... Another topic to put on your research list is interface. Please elaborate. Interface versus inheritance. I know inheritance, because I assume you mean that depending on like what you derive it from. So like my clickable object, I have like a shit ton of stuff that inherits from clickable object, whether it's like a destroyable object or like a game object swapping object or like a item dependent object, stuff like that. Okay, let's see. Continue cutscene. Switch depending on the current cutscene part. Case 0, which will be the start, is going to turn on the dialogue box and trigger new dialogue. I mean, this is going to be specific for... Because I don't think we... At least for the game jam, we're not gonna have more... what do you call it? We're not gonna have more cutscenes, so... I don't think we have to... This whole dialogue list I made is kind of unnecessary. Are you raycasting and looking for clickable objects? Not sure. I'm using the I pointed down handler to check the, I think, Unity event if the pointer is down. But I guess it must be involved raycasting, because if I turn off raycast target, then it wouldn't work. Then it becomes uninteractable. So I should be using raycast targets. Yes. Dialogue box set active. Trigger new dialogue. This is... I guess I pointed down is doing that. Yeah, I think so. It must be. Okay, let's see. We need to... This one we should keep. We need to make a... We need to say which dialogue and which index. Can I use... Oh yeah, we can... For some of these... Oh no, we're not gonna be able to use it for all of them, but for some of them we could actually use current cutscene part. But that's probably dumb, so let's not do that. I think for now I'll just set this manually. This is a little bit of like manual labor, but it's fine. So we're gonna trigger new dialogue, which is... Okay, I'm gonna be lazy. Private. This is so dumb. Dialogue. Current dialogue. In start, let's just say that current dialogue is equal to dialogues 0. Now we don't have to type as much. We can just go current dialogue 0. Now the naming idea would be dialogue.lines instead. Yeah, I think that would probably be better. Because now... Yeah, now it's a dialogue list of strings, which is a little bit weird. This is the... Yeah, that's probably bad. Let's do lines. Is that gonna reset this one? I think it might. Whoops. Cutscene manager. Dialogue 0. Control R to rename. Does he rename it everywhere? Is that actually a thing? Holy shit, if that's a thing, then I've wasted a lot of time. Let's see, where do we do it? That would be dialogue list. You cannot rename this element. Oh, is it because it's not where it's first declared? Is that why? So if I go here, RR, rename will update 3 references in 2 files. That's fucking genius. Yeah, look at that. Awesome. Okay, this is the kind of stuff I need to learn. Boom, boom, boom. That's so convenient. Holy shit, I have been renaming every single instance myself. That's fucking mad. Current scene part. One, and then case 2. Let's just break for now and make sure that this works. 84. Oh yeah. Let's copy this one and remove you. Just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, I know, definitely. There are a lot of those things that I do think is... Like, those kind of shortcuts and stuff that you don't think about at first is... Like the one, I've said this multiple times already, but the fact that you can, like, move stuff in with Shift-Tab took me way too long to figure out. I know Tab to move it, like, out, but I didn't know Shift-Tab to move it in. Which does make sense, but, yeah. Just simple things like that. Index was out of range. Oh yeah, it's... Yeah, I think so. When we rename it, we actually remove this. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, just to test. 1. Oh wait, we have to do more stuff. Cutscene raycast target. You need to be a clickable object that doesn't call the on base, because I don't want to play a sound effect and I don't want to deselect an item. I mean, theoretically, I could just make this into an invisible Unity button. That might be easier. It doesn't matter. Because then all we can do is set the transition to none, and then say that the onClick function will call the cutscene manager and continue. Is that not public? Cutscene manager. Okay, you need to be public. Ooh, no. It should be, yeah, we're calling skip to next part. Skip to next part, there we go. Boom. Now we have 1. If I click again, then nothing happens. Okay. Click on the type /class and hit F12. Well, like this one. I don't get it. Any other class? Not the top class? Oh, you mean like if I did... like something that inherits from something, you mean? If I do like craftable item. Oh, no, wait, you mean like here? Oh, I see, okay, that's nice, okay. I don't actually have to look for it. Now I get it. Not the top class as... Yeah, I get it. Slight misunderstanding. Oh, that's fucking convenient too. Just a quick way to move between files. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think like I've said it before, I need to start like actually typing this shit down so that I remember it. Oh wait, I think the reason it doesn't work is because... No, you are a raycast target. Which covers the entire scene, right? Yeah. And you call the... Okay, let's debug this shit. Oh, it's because we activate the flashlight tooltip. So then it just returns. That's the reason. So tooltip, I think we automatically... Yeah, we show that tooltip at start, which we shouldn't do. Which is now, we are going to do that through the cutscene manager instead. So when we equip the flashlight, that's when we are going to call the tooltip manager, which of course is an instance, and then say show tooltip flashlight tooltip. And then just to see that everything works as it should, we do case 3 as well, which will then trigger the next part of the dialogue. Oh yeah, I have to set whether this is true or false, so we're gonna say show it true. Keep a notebook? Yeah, I think I actually should. Really. Okay, we start the game. We see the first little thingy. And now if I click anywhere, it goes to the second one. If we click again, this should disappear. If I coded that in, I might not have actually. So maybe it shouldn't. But we should get the flashlight animation. Boom. And now, if I click anywhere, we should not continue the dialogue unless we turn this one on first. Now, if I click, we go to number 3. Okay. Sweet. So what we also need to do is, after that one, we should set the dialog box to be false. You know what? When we run the intro, this is the first one we do, right? Yeah. I think... Let's see, we have to make sure that this doesn't happen too early. Does it matter? Maybe it doesn't really matter. I think here we should actually have an enumerator at first anyway. So we do like maybe initialize intro or something. Because then we could make a not void, we can make a private IE numerator called initialize intro. And what you're gonna do is that you are going to call the audio manager which, you guessed it, is an instance. And we are going to play, what is it? Oh shit, what did I call it? Do Yank Heavy. And yield return.
Bruh.
Wait for seconds. Maybe 1.5 seconds. And then this is where we set the current scene part to 0 and continue the cutscene. Because then we will have that little door yank in the beginning of the... Oh, yield return new wait for seconds. Which is gonna set the scene even better. So now... you hear the door pulling, and then this one pops up. Ooh, this is gonna be nice. Should probably wait a little bit longer though. Let's see, we turn you off. Afterwards, we need to turn you on again. Okay, let's see how this is actually going to look in the game. So, start off like this. Get the door pulling. Then the first dialogue. Click for the second one. When we click again, we bring the flashlight on. Teach the player how to turn it on and off. After that is done, we can click again. Maybe that's a little bit weird. What's up, Sachiavelli? Holy shit, man! Welcome! How you doing? So, if anyone doesn't know, Sachiavelli is actually the one running this game jam. So, without further ado, let me give a little shout out to the one and only Sachiavelli. Welcome, how you doing, man? Yeah, I don't know, maybe if we should make it so that when you click the flashlight, it automatically goes to the next part of the cutscene. Because it's a little bit weird turning this on and then nothing happens. So maybe here it should happen automatically. Let's keep it like this for now. Let's see, I couldn't help but take a sneak peek at what you were working on. That's nice, man. Yeah, thank you for dropping by. So far it's going quite well. I am starting to feel the pressure, like, even though I have like almost 2 weeks left. But I do think I have something good cooking here, actually. So far I'm feeling good about it. Okay, let's see how this looks with some actual dialogue in the scene. Okay, I like it. I do think, once again, you should never assume that stuff is as intuitive as you think. So I wonder on the first one if we maybe should say like click to continue, just to be as clear as possible. I feel like that might be good. So maybe here, for now, let's just... what do we do? Let's make a text mesh pro. Put you at the bottom. And we're gonna center you. On a note of feeling pressure, personally I feel like I do my best work under a little bit of pressure. Too much and I get way too stressed, but too little and the scope and general work is all over the place. No, I do actually agree to that. I do think it's good because, like, if I look at my earlier games I made, which ironically neither one of them is finished, I think that's kind of the reason why, you know, because there's no pressure whatsoever. I'm just doing it for fun, you know? Whereas, like, I do feel like the general pressure of just... Maybe pressure is not even the correct term to use here. Just the fact that there is, like, a deadline kind of puts you more in the mentality of actually trying to be more productive, you know? Which I don't think is bad. But, yeah, so far I'm enjoying it. Like I said, it's my first game jam, so it's interesting to try having a natural deadline. And so far I think I actually, surprisingly, managed to keep a pretty good scope. Which is not something I am famed for doing. Like, I am the typical stereotype of someone who doesn't know how to make a game, and the first thing I tried to make was a massive fucking RPG game, you know? So it is something that I've tried really working on. Ironically, you would expect someone who starts making games to make something very simple and then go and make it slightly more complex. I've done like the complete opposite. Like, my first game was massive in scope. I then tried my second one, which was a little bit too big still, and then like I've basically gone down in scope for each game instead, as I realized that making smaller projects is probably better for me. Not only for the fact that it's more realistic and to actually be able to finish it, but also, to be honest, I feel like I learn more by just doing smaller projects instead. I never get anything done because no deadline. Yeah, no, I feel you. We have all been there. Yeah, I do feel like scope management is, except for maybe naming things in code, because that's also fucking difficult, but other than that, scope management is probably one of the more difficult things, I feel like. I don't know what to call this, like fucking cutscene tutorial maybe? Click anywhere to continue. How would this look? Yeah, I think that's fine. So on the first part of the cutscene we set this one to be active as well. Attempting a way too big project is like a rite of passage for every game dev. Yeah, it probably is, to be honest. Did you feel like you picked a good scope for Mirror Throne? Because I feel like, I mean, roguelites are really good. Like, obviously my second game I started working on was also a roguelite, which I think made so much sense for like solo developers, because you get more content out of less work, I suppose. But I think for me, I still went for like a turn-based roguelike, and I think kind of Darkest Dungeon style. But I do like the project I have, but I do think I went over scope again, for myself, that is. I feel like this, which is theoretically really simple, is better for me to kind of keep this size of game for now, I think. But I'm actually so hyped about this game that I do think I'm going to make a full Steam release of it after the game jam as well. And to be honest, I have no one to thank but you, Sachiavelli, because the theme for your game jam is what made me come up with the idea, so... The original scope of Mirror Throne had a lot more story and a whole other faction, 30 more units. Ah, shit. I cut that stuff and I'm feeling better about finishing it now. Okay, that's good. Yeah, your game is looking great so far. Thank you very much, man. That's very appreciated coming from you, man. Yeah, to be fair, I need to give another shout out here. If anyone is interested in game development, you should check out Sachiavelli's podcast. It's called Gamedev Field Guide, and I think you can find it pretty much anywhere there's podcasts, as far as I know. But it's really good for, like, especially I feel like for solo indie developers. Okay, cutscene tutorial. We need to make a reference to this. So let's do a... That's a weird name, but we're gonna go for it. Like I said, naming things, not easy. So now, I guess on the first dialogue, we go and say that we activate the cutscene tutorial. And on the second one, we turn you off again. I'm really trying to nail this. I feel like it's so... Hey, Sachiavelli, thank you very much for that follow, man. I don't want to get spoiled anymore, so I have a true first impression of your game for the jam. Can I go get some lunch? I hope you'll enjoy your lunch, Sachiavelli. Thank you very much for that follow, and cheers for stopping by, man. Nice to see you here. And yeah, I hope you will enjoy the game once it's done. I think you will, I think you will. Let's see, cutscene manager, cutscene tutorial, boom. I feel like this is something I do want to focus on, because it feels so typical with game jam games that the tutorial and teaching of the game mechanics is one of the, like, most common things that doesn't maybe doesn't have the same standard, you know, because people tend to focus on the gameplay aspect and stuff. So I feel like it's actually a pretty good way of standing out in the game jam by having, like, a really good interactable tutorial to teach the game and the mechanics, which is one of the reasons why I actually put a little bit of effort into making sure that this first part is quite good. I love figuring out naming, especially coming up with naming patterns, conventions that help you read faster. Yeah, I think that's actually getting some, like, personal conventions and stuff is probably a really good way, not only to help you read faster, but also help you name faster. Because if you have a convention you tend to go by, it's probably gonna be easier to name stuff. Whereas I feel like I'm still at the point where I feel like I go almost full randomness each time I have to name anything, you know? For instance, I try to prefix all bools with is, not always possible, but as much as I can. Yeah, I feel like that's one I kind of learned from ChatGPT, not gonna lie, because when I did, like, parameters for, like, a function that's a bool, they usually by default he will give you, like, is on. So I noticed that that's a pretty common convention, which I definitely don't use, because I suppose that's when you could say, in my horrible state rules here, it could be like, rather than game initiated, it could be like is game initiated, is game started, is game paused, and so on. Maybe just is paused, to be honest. Maybe specificity might be good though. Is that too quick? Would it be nice if the... Maybe it works. It maybe would look better if the tutorial or the tooltip here came up a little bit later. It's 6 AM here. Holy shit, man, what are you doing? Staying up all night. Gonna head to sleep? Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. Nice to meet you. Catch you next time. Likewise, man. Nice to have you here. And once again, thank you for that massive fucking donation, dude. I do appreciate it. I will see you next time, checks. Have a good night of sleep. And let's see, this one should be off from the beginning, and so should the cutscene Raycross target. Yeah, it's a little bit weird though, because you can click before the cutscene is fully initialized. But actually, before the light is on, there's no reason why you would need to do that. Because you can't actually, we don't need that object to be active, because if the light is not on, you can't click on any of the objects anyway, since they always check whether the flashlight is on or off. Because if you could interact with stuff with the flashlight off, that would defeat the whole purpose of the game, basically. My pleasure, thank you, cheers man. So what I think we're gonna do is go back to our cutscene manager. And then, let's see, where do we actually activate that one? Or do we... Oh, do we not activate it anywhere yet? Run intro, initialize intro, play the door yank heavy, and then play the next cutscene. Yeah, so I think here, when we turn on the dialogue and stuff, that's where we actually say... Do we have a reference to it? No. So, we make one. Which we are going to call... It's going to be a game object called like cutscene Raycross RT. Let's shorten it. RT for Raycross target. And now, on the first one, we say cutscene Raycross target should be active. And then... Let's see, how many lines do we have in the intro? Intro dialogue. Technically I merged the first two, so that's one now. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's see, all of these next ones should basically be the same. All we're doing here is playing new dialogues. Case 6. Why do you not continue filling it out for me? Case 8. No, wait. Yeah? That is the last one though. So then we should make one more, which is when the whole thing is over. And this is where we say that the dialog box should be set active false. And also, probably even more important, the cutscene Ray target needs to be off, otherwise you won't be able to interact with stuff in the scene. And now let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, we should have 7 as well. Oh yeah, because one of these is for the flashlight, which means that we actually don't play a line here. So this needs to actually be case 10. That's when we do that stuff. And case 9 will be the last... Oh wait, am I... We should not set the dialog box active for each one of these. That's unnecessary. It's only for the first one after the flashlight tooltip that we need to activate it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be the last. And then when you click after that one, we are gonna have a little bit of a cutscene. Yeah, something else is probably going to happen here. But for now, I think we are just going to call the game manager and call, what's it, start game. And this should now basically work. We just have to make sure that in the game manager, yeah, so if you want to skip the intro, then you will start the game, which does all of this. Whoops. Raycast target is not assigned. There we go. So now if I click immediately... Oh, if I click now I bring up the flashlight. That's a little bit weird. I'm not sure I want that to happen. We could add the listener after a certain time and just block the raycast from the beginning. Or... How do we do it? Yeah, wait. Let's make sure that the full thing works first. Maybe we should add the lines as well. Cutscene manager. You need to have what, 7, so 8 in total should be right. Why don't I just copy this? That's a good question. There we go. One of my clips didn't register, that was a bit weird. Boom. Is the monster active? Can you hear footsteps? Oh yeah. That means it did initialize correctly. So now we have one other, I just realized there's one more tooltip I actually want to show. Which would be here, when we start the game, we are going to say tooltipsmanager.instance.show tooltip. I think it's called interaction tooltip. Should be set to true. I also need a way to turn that one off, because I don't think I have that coded yet. Something weird happens there. Was it the same one again? I had to double click for one of them. Interaction tooltip could not be found. Interaction tooltip. Interaction tooltip. Huh. Oh. Wait, have I misnamed you? Interactions tooltip. Yeah, let's call you interaction tooltip. Yeah, don't let him spot you. This is the second time. Okay, I messed something up. I have to click twice for that one, so I think the index might not show up correctly. There we go. And now I guess that once you interact with the first object, we just set this one to be false. Which I guess we can do with basically any clickable object. We can just check, like, let's see, the game will be initiated if all of that happens. You know what? Let's make sure that we don't call anything else, because what we can do is that here we go like if tooltip manager.instant.tooltip active interaction tooltip. If that is the case, then what do we do? Tooltip manager.instance.show tooltip interaction tooltip, set it to false. This one I think is a little bit bad, because it loops through every single tooltip in the game and checks whether they are activated on, or if they have the correct name or not, and then checks whether it's active or not. So what we do is that if the on click is actually working, that means we should never initiate the game, and we should never do anything with the tooltip. Oh no, wait, we should. Oh shit, no. Because the first time you click on something, this is the function that will be called. But it's a little bit, I feel like it's bad to call this function and look if it's active every single time you click on anything ever in the game. I guess we could make a bool. Fuck it, let's leave it like this for now. We do optimization later. Okay, and now if I click on anything, that tooltip disappears. Sweet. There's still some bug with the... I think am I displaying the same one twice? Cutscene manager. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That should be fine. Why do I have to click twice for the same one every time? We always add to the cutscene part ++. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, I've done this weird. Okay. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that explains it. So basically, when it called 7, I think, which didn't exist, it would go to the default and not do anything. But it still added 1 to the current cutscene part, that's why it worked on the next one. Okay. Sweet, let's make sure it works. Sweet! I feel like here we are basically teaching the game pretty fucking well. What was I thinking? There's something else I needed to do. Yeah, we need to make sure that we can skip the intro as well. If someone replays the game and they don't want to watch it every single time, that should be an option. We already have one, which is if you change in the settings to auto skip the intro. Let's see what happens. If we go, let's go back to the main menu, and from here we check auto skip intro, play. Okay, I think, is that... No, the raycast target is off. Oh, but that makes the game initialized, right? Which means that I can't activate the... Okay, so what we do instead is... we need to... we need to call this function to equip the flashlight. Which means that on click, module flashlight, let's see, where's clickable object? Because I did something here where if the game isn't initiated, equip the flashlight. I think we might not do that here. And instead, we go to maybe the game manager. start game. This is called after the intro as well, so that we can't really change. Oh, right, I just realized one thing. When I run the cutscene, let's see, auto skip intro, off, reload scene. Can I move the flashlight here? No. Oh, we also still have the animation. Okay, for testing purposes, let's make sure that we do flashlight, animation, flashlight equipped. You are not gonna be moving for now. Can I do this? Can I just have an empty animation? Does that work? Ooh. Oh, that set it back down there. Why? Flashlight equipped. Why did you move down again? Just the thing is that I'm not sure I would prefer to not change the transform, because I think that overrides the function to move it with the cursor. Flashlight equipped. Yeah, you are set there. And I can't change you here. Because then I... No, wait, this position is actually set, which is where it's going to start. So it should be fine. That should mean that... Let's see, what is the pick up flashlight? The end is 139.0. I think we should be able to set this one to 139.0. And also make sure that we change this to the off color, because I keep forgetting to do it. And now you should disappear in the beginning. Oh no, you don't disappear before we call that one. Why? Oh, because you don't do anything. So what we do instead is for the flashlight, which is the beginning idle animation, here we actually change, we remove this property, and instead we change the position to... Ah shit, what was the position again? It's the same as the start of pickup flashlight. 175 minus 110. So flashlight minus 110. What did I say? 175? Ah shit. Record 175 minus 110. Okay. What about now? Now you should teleport away. After we 3D animation, you go up. There we go. But yeah, now the game isn't actually initiated here, which means that the flashlight doesn't follow us, which it should do. I think the easiest way to fix that is that we go to the cutscene manager, and when we equip the flashlight, that's when we actually say that the game is initiated. So now, if you do watch the cutscene, okay, that didn't work. Update. If the game is initiated and the game isn't over, But that's the case, isn't it? Because the game isn't over from the beginning. That would be weird. Game is not over. Let's make sure that game initiated gets trolled correctly. There we go, game initiated. But it doesn't follow even though... Okay, so that must be the animation overriding it. Let's check again. Flashlight equipped. You don't do anything, you shouldn't override. Like, this is basically an completely empty animation. I don't see a way why that should override the transform. Why if we, just to try, let's put like the scale and then we don't do anything with the scale. Maybe we can't do like an empty animation. It's still not moving. Void update. If the game manager.instance game initiated. Did I do the right one? Game initiated, yes. So if the game is initiated and the game is not over. Okay. Debug every time. Debug.log trying to move flashlight. I'm 99% sure that one should be called, which means that something must be overriding the transform. Yeah, just even now it should be called, and it is. It's constantly being called trying to move the flashlight. Okay, I think we might need to do what we talked about before, where we make like a child object and animate the child object instead. But I'm still a bit intrigued as to why this happens. Let's make sure that flashlight equipped indeed is called. Boom. Now, yeah. Now it's running flashlight equipped. What happens if I exit? What if after we pick up we exit? We delete this one. Has exit time 1, 0. Will it go back? I'm not entirely sure how Unity's animations work. If I exit, will it automatically loop back into entry? Or is entry like only called once? What happened? Okay, it loops back. So that doesn't work either. We can't exit. Flashlight is put in the right position from the start. Why does an animation that doesn't affect the transform, why would you override the transform? Can I not make it like fully exit and never be animated again? Is that not a possibility? Create state, empty. I mean, isn't that one technically empty? Still doesn't work. Huh. Okay, I think we need to separate this. So... what if we... let's see, we could make the button the parent and animate one below, but that means you would be able to click the empty space here and actually toggle the flashlight, even though it's not in the scene. So I guess the button actually needs to be the child object, and then we make a empty parent object, which we animate instead. What if I copy you, duplicate you inside of yourself, then we unpack the prefab, and we make this into only an image. Oh no, but this stuff... okay, no, I think this is dumb. I think it's better to just make a empty parent object. Not what I would have preferred to do, but it should fix our issues. Then here we are going to make a new animator. The controller is going to be the flashlight. And now, in this one, we are instead going to make this animator public. You're not gonna find the animator on yourself. Instead, we are going to manually reference that animator as the one you should change. And now we should be able to completely... we could remove this animator. We could also use this one to display the idle, like, kind of breathing animation. That could be something we do. For now, let's remove you just to test if this works. Alright, it does move now. So it definitely was the animation that, like, for some reason overrides the transform. Now let's see what happens if we auto skip the intro. Oh yeah, wait, I think we forgot to make that let's see here, in start game, no here. If you skip the intro, if you don't skip the intro, run the intro. If you do skip the intro, then in that case, call the flashlight, equip flashlight, and then start the game. That should bring it into position even if you skip. Like so. And if we don't skip the intro and reload the scene, it should still work. It's a little bit weird having to click again after turning it on. I'm not sure I like that. I don't know how we would... Wait, don't I have a way of checking when it's the first time you turn the flashlight on? Because that's when we don't show the tooltip. If first flashlight toggle, you check if the tooltip is active, and in that case you turn the tooltip off. This is a little bit mad, this is a little bit spaghetti code, but theoretically we could call back to the cutscene manager and force the continue cutscene. Wait, how do I do it now? Oh yeah, you check if that one is active, then you don't do anything. If you click the flashlight, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, this is a game jam. Let's make it the ugly way now, and then we can fix it later on if we need to. Maybe not the smartest idea, but it will work. Let's call the... Oh, is this gonna work? This is... Because we don't want to call this if you're not in the cutscene. That's actually fine now, because if you're not in the cutscene, you won't actually see this tooltip. Since the tooltip is set active through the cutscene manager. So I think this should work. Yeah, skip to next part. Because it feels weird turning it on and then having to click again to continue. So now when I click this, it should automatically... Wait, is my logic wrong here? If it's not the first flashlight toggle, that's a weird naming. I should not have named it like that, because this is if the first flashlight toggle hasn't happened yet. This makes it sound like if this isn't the first flashlight toggle, which it is. This is called when it is the first flash. Oh yeah, that's a bad naming. Speaking of the importance of naming stuff correctly. Okay, if the flashlight tooltip is active, then you hide it. Why did it not work to skip to the next part? Cutscene manager. Oh, because you check if it is active, and in that case you return. So all we need to do is move you one slot down. No, wait, you do set it to not be active and then skip to the next part. But there's a delay. That's the issue, because it fades out, so technically it doesn't become inactive until the whole fade out has happened, but this gets called before the fade out is finished. like the fade out of the actual tooltip. Can we change this then? But I don't want you to be able to skip past this part unless you have successfully turned on the flashlight. And the easiest way to check that is if the tooltip is active. Or, no, there is another thing we could do. This is becoming spaghetti. Because we have this first flashlight toggle. We could check if that is true, meaning that you have toggled the flashlight. And in that case, you skip to the next part. Which means that if we take you, we move you after the first flashlight toggle is set to true. This is going to happen even if the tooltip isn't active. Which means that this would happen even if you skip the cutscene. That's not gonna be right. We could put all of you inside here and that wouldn't happen, because I don't think I used the first flashlight toggle for anything else. Yeah, it's only for this specific thing, so that should be fine. And then here, rather than checking if the tooltip is active, we can just check if the flashlight.instance dot what is it, first wait, oh, are you private? Is that why? You little bugger. It's a private bool. Fuck it, let's make you public. I just want to get this to work. And then instance dot first flashlight toggle. If that is not true... Oh no, this is not gonna work either. What if... Oh my god, this is... I am making this messy now. What if we do use the... We check if the tooltip is active. And inside here... we check if it's... If it's not the first flashlight toggle... which is only true after you have... after you turn this one off. So if that one is true, we can skip to the next part. Because this is not gonna work. Because if I only check if this isn't the case, then it will call on the first part of the cutscene as well, and that's not gonna work. So if you are false, meaning you haven't successfully turned the flashlight on, that's when we return. But if the tooltip is still active, but this is set to true, then we basically do this thing again. Maybe? Well, if I click here, nothing happens. That's good. If I turn it on, it doesn't work because I still have to click again. Why is that? Just let's see here. Oh no, wait, I still need to call this function from the flashlight. So here, we still need to call the skip to the next part. And that will skip to the next part. And this time, first flashlight toggle will be true, so then you will continue the cutscene. Okay, I think we have a solution. This is becoming very interconnected. I'm not sure if I like it, but if it works, it works. It does work. Okay. Let's make sure that it works. No, wait, this does work. And then here, if I click... Good. Okay. Seems good. So, the question is... what should we do now? I would really like to animate the text, which isn't too bad, just we now have this function to trigger new dialogue. Now we just instantly set the text to be whatever it's supposed to be. I would really like to have one of those where it like types the text out, because it would look so much more polished. I don't know if it's the best thing to focus on that now. We have 13 days left. It would look so much better if we do it that way. But before we do that, I need to make sure that we can skip the cutscene. Auto skip intro, reload scene, boom, boom. Okay, that works. So we do have the string, which we want to type. So I guess there must be some way to check and make some kind of like for loop that goes through each letter of the string and like append it, or whatever you call it, to the end, right? Can I figure this out by myself? I wonder. Probably not, but we could try. We do need to make some type of IE numerator, I think, because we do need wait time, otherwise it's still going to happen instantly. So in that case, what we would do is that we would start a IE numerator, which is going to be like, I don't know, writing line. I we can just do a string here. Maybe writing text, line text, or string text. Okay. I do think it needs to be some type of like for loop where we, and this dialogue slash count, this needs to actually be for however many symbols the string contains. And then what we would do is like play as, what would we do? We would play a sound effect, maybe with random pitch, but that will be set in the audio manager. And then we would append the letter to the text, and then wait. Wait a short moment. It is called, I'm pretty sure it's called append, right? When you put it afterwards. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That is basically what we need to do. I have no idea how to check the amount of symbols in a string. I do know how to play a sound effect. Here we will just do something like audio manager.instance.play, maybe like dialogue sound, maybe dialogue. Append the letter to the text. I don't know how to do that. I do know how to wait. Here we would just yield return new, wait 4 seconds, and this should be really small. It would be nice if we could do something to check whether the appended symbol was a space or anything else, and basically do it in a way where it waits slightly longer between spaces so that each word kind of gets typed out individually in a way. I think that would look much better, because that would mean that it would be written a little bit more like how you would actually say it. For now, just wait like 1/10 of a second. That's probably too much, to be honest. Because it should still be quite quick. Let's do one thing at a time, because I do think this solution should work. I don't know how people tend to do this kind of stuff. Obviously it's very common in a lot of games if you don't have voice lines doing this kind of stuff. How do I check how many symbols a string contains in C#? To check the number of symbols in a string in C#, you can use the char.isSymbol method along with link, I don't know, link to filter out symbols specifically. Well, I don't think I want to filter anything out. Maybe symbol was not the correct term here. Sorry, I want each character, symbol, whatever, to be counted. If you want to count each character, including symbols, letters, numbers and white space, you can simply check the length of the string. Oh, I did not know you could do that. That was quite simple. You can use length property to get the total number of characters in a string like this. Return input dot length. So then I should, yeah, we can just do text dot length. So this would be if I is less than text dot length. Okay, we get in somewhere. And then what do we do afterwards? We now know how many times to run the loop. Oh yeah, wait, I'm forgetting something. We need to find character in string. So if I can use length, can I do... Yeah, exactly. Can I do text I? Does that work? So can I then do, let's see, he used input 0, I guess. To get the first character in the string. Yes, you can use input 0 to get the first character in a string in C#. That's... oh my god, I did not think this would be this easy. We probably need to make some null reference checks here, I assume. Yeah, good idea to check if it's null. So, can I not then do if text I is not equal to null, meaning if the next letter I'm supposed to type isn't null, then we do this, and otherwise we do a every fucking time debug.log character was out of bounds, maybe. Loop through each letter of the text. I do think this is something I want to get better at as well. I'm really bad at actually commenting my code. Like 99% of this has no comments whatsoever. Which probably isn't a great habit. Okay, so find character in string. If text I is not equal to null, then play a sound effect and append the letter. The first thing we should do is to make sure that dialogbox.text. Can I do like .clear? Does that work? Can I clear a text line? Game object? Oh wait, not dialog box, it should be dialog text.text. String does not... oh... Oh yeah, because that's a string, so we do dialog text dot clear. Does not contain a definition for clear. Okay, so can we say dialog text dot text is equal to null? Can I just make it into null? 50, the result of expression is always true since a value of type int is never equal to null. Oh, I should... Okay. Let's do this the easy way and just not do a null check for now. I just want to see if it works. I guess string next character equals text.I. How do I append a character to another string? Can I just do plus? Oh yeah, you can. That's how you do it with debug logs. Holy shit, changing strings is so much easier than... I don't know why I expected this to be so difficult. I thought I would have to start converting it away from a string into multiple characters and reconvert it into a string or something. I don't know, this was way simpler than I thought. So then I guess we do dialogbox.text is equal to... No, can I do plus equals? Maybe not. It should work. Plus equals next character. No, cannot implicitly convert type char to string. Which I guess is a reference to 50. String next char. Oh, so that automatically... Can I not cast you into a string? What happens if I try casting you into a string? Does seem to work. This is what we refer to as brute forcing. Just try and see what fucking works. Okay, but it still doesn't work. Game object does not contain... Oh, did I do dialog box again? Sorry, dialog text. Holy shit, I think it might actually work. Okay. Should we try it? In that case, all we really need to do is say, instead, start coroutine, writing text, and pass in the dialog line and index. That should... Call this function with the text as a parameter. Start off by setting the text to null, clearing it since the last text. And then start looping through each letter and saying that the next character is that index of the string, and add that to the current text, wait, and then loop back until all letters. I think this might work. I think it might work. I'm gonna save in case I crash my game, but let's see. Whoops, we are skipping the cutscene. And also, flashlight, we don't need the debug log anymore, so you can shut up. Now, start the game. We are going to not auto skip the intro and reload the scene. It's actually working. I'm getting a lot of dialogue warnings. Oh, the sound is not found. Yeah, of course, because I haven't added a sound effect for it. Hey, it looks pretty nice, doesn't it? I think you can be a little bit quicker, actually. And it would be nice to check what type of letter it is, and in that case wait different times. Because that would make it be typed out a little bit more like you would actually say it. Like in the tempo that a person would say it. Let's try adding a sound effect, just to see what happens. So we go audio system, sounds, we're gonna add a new one, which is called dialogue. Let's do like the, I think we could do our select sound, is it that one? Yes. Let's make it a little bit more quiet. And then we're gonna do a pitch variation of 5%. So that it's not like the same exact note every time. I think that's gonna sound good. That's pretty fucking nice. Okay, I think I want to do something where we check if it's... let's see. If it's a space, I want to wait a little bit longer. And if it's a symbol, like an apostrophe or a... Maybe that doesn't... Maybe... Yeah, I want to wait shorter times, because it's weird when he says... No, maybe not. Maybe that's fine. Maybe if we... Let's see, cutscene manager. What if we make you like twice as quick, but then we do something where we like check whether the next character is a I don't know, character or a let's just do like a letter or a space and wait accordingly. So now we should be able to do something with like if next char, I guess we could just do is equal to space. Because now we turn this into a string, so I suppose that should work. So there's probably a better way of doing it, but I think this should work. If it is a space, then wait like, I don't know, 0.06 seconds. And if it isn't, then be quick about it. Come on now. Okay. Huh. Next char is text I. If the next char is a space. Let's make you really long to make sure that, because I couldn't really tell the difference there. Yeah, that's more like it. It's a little bit too long, but... I think that should be nice. So let's do it maybe if we half that time. How do I check if a string Wait, he did give me something first. Is symbol. Characters that are classified as symbols. What characters are classified as symbols? Is that everything except for... math symbols, currency symbols, modifiers, other symbols? What about spaces, dots and commas, etc.? Not classified as symbols, they fall into Unicode. Okay, let's see here. So, spaces are classified as white space. So we can check if it is white space. Dots, commas and other punctuation marks is punctuations. Okay. Because technically those don't need to make a noise, I think, if we want to make this as smooth as possible. So I think... So can I do if next char dot is white space? Does that work? Or is it this weird now because I technically made it into a string? Yeah, I think... Maybe I shouldn't cast this into a string. So this is technically a char. Next char is equal to text with the index of I. Char does not contain a definition for is white space. Oh. Oh, I see. I think I need to type if char dot is white space and then bring in the character as a parameter. So here we would go next char, or here we should also check if it's a symbol or if it's a punctuation. And in that case... Oh wait, I shouldn't do that here. Because we don't want to wait, we only want to wait longer if it's a space. So what we do is that we make a if-else statement and check whether char dot no. Because for other symbols I think we want to wait this time. But we only want to play a sound effect if it's not a punctuation or space. So here we check if it's a space. If it's not a space, then check if char dot is punctuation next char. If that is the case, then no. What we do is that if it's not a space, then we always wait the short amount. But we should do that afterwards. Which is here. If it is punctuation, I don't want to do anything. Can I check if it's a letter? Is there a similar thing to check if it's a letter? Is letter. That's simple enough. So instead, we only check if it's a letter. And if it is a letter, then we play the sound effect. Play sound effect if the character is a letter. So we find the character, we append it to the text. And then we wait before appending the next one. If it's a space. If it's not a space, we check if it's a letter. If it is, we play a sound effect. And then we wait. If it's not a letter, we just wait. I think this should work. Does not contain definition for is white space. Char does not... What? Char dot... Oh, is it... Oh, it's capitalized. Okay, let's see how this flows. Yeah. I think maybe the wait time for spaces should be even a little bit... Maybe we do 70% of what we had. Yeah. Should it be even quicker? Maybe 0.2, 0.6? It does look pretty nice though. I do like this a lot more than just blatantly showing the complete message. Yeah. Sweet, that looks good. I'm quite happy with that, not gonna lie. I do think we need to add the actual NPC, because it's a little bit weird now, since there's technically no one that's actually talking to you. Because when you turn the flashlight on, you're still like all alone. Ooh, I like the text though. That's way better than just having static text objects. Okay, now, if we go to the cutscene manager, what we could do is that we make one more no, wait, let's see here. In the beginning, we should have a... I think I have the NPC cut out, so we might put him under cutscenes actually. Let's make a UI image, which is going to be, what did I call him? NPC. Set you to the native size, and you shall indeed be a lit material. And then here we do like, let's just call him NPC for now. And I made sure that you are put behind the raycast target. Actually, that one should be in front of almost everything. What's up, Sartidark? It looks nice, but I missed how it was before. Well, before we just blatantly showed the text. So, rather than doing it like this, we just did it like dialogue text.text is equal to this. And the sound for it, yeah, I think it adds a little bit, because even though there's not an actual voice to it, it kind of makes it seem like there is, in a way. I mean, compared to this. Because here's like, nothing's happening, it's like everything is... Oh, that's weird. That's almost a bit scary, to be honest. Everything is just static, and like, if we compare that to the new way, I feel like it looks much nicer. Yeah, that actually freaked me out a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Ah, that's so much better. Dude, that actually creeps me out. Can I... Wait, we have to put them in the right position. Yeah, much better with sound and the letter by letter. Yeah, I do think it was a big improvement. Let's see, NPC, you should probably be put in the same... Ah, fuck it, let's just do this. You should be centered, and then you should be about here, which is 23. Nice mustache, thank you, I know Moth. Welcome to the stream, how you doing? It's getting a bit long. It has been longer though, not gonna lie. Something that's a little bit weird though, ironically, since I obviously don't do it that often. But, like, trimming your beard is oddly satisfying, not gonna lie. Something I noticed. Okay, there we go, we have him in place. Let's see how it looks now. Where am I zoomed in? I still find it a little bit creepy, to be honest. A bit, but is it gonna be there? Or yeah, for this, since like in the beginning of the cutscene you hear a sound of like the door pulling, so that's him trying to basically the narrative in my mind is that he's also a friendly guy in this bad place where there's a sinister thing lurking, you know? And like, so in my mind what's happening here is that he is on his way to also escape this place, but before he does so he sees you in here. That's why he like wakes you up, because he wants to help you. But as I said, like the door is locked, so I'm just using the narrative here to teach the player how the game works. And then the plan is that after this cutscene, because now he is the one talking to you, after this, after he says, I'm sorry, I have to go now, because the reason he's apologetic is because he couldn't help you more. He couldn't actually help you escape as well. So now after this, he should run away, and then maybe in the distance you just hear him get fucked up by the monster, and boom, we have the scene set. Now it's a little bit awkward because he's gonna stand here and keep looking at you while you try to solve the puzzle, which is a little bit odd. So, I see, I thought he was the monster. No, so this is like the friendly NPC. I did try to differentiate them a little bit. If we look at the art here, I did make both his like posture and the size not look as intimidating, and then the most clear thing of course is the red eyes of the monster, which also glow in the dark, which his obviously doesn't since you can't see him here. So yeah, this will be the only other NPC that you see in the game, and the main idea behind him is, to be honest, a little bit to set the scene of the game, but also to use him as a way of teaching the player what the game is about without forcing you to do a weird, like reading a huge text tutorial. Because the main thing that's important to teach the player is the line about, oh, interesting. If you click too quickly, it becomes a little bit weird and it starts writing both things at the same time. That's something we need to fix. That's something we definitely need to fix. So what we need to do, I think I get it, sounds good. Nice. Yeah, the main thing, that was what I was gonna say, is that since it tells you that like, oh, turn off the flashlight if he appears or if he comes or whatever, I think that's the thing that we need to explain to the player, because otherwise it's not intuitive that you have to turn the flashlight off before he sees you. And I thought that the best way to teach that without just being like, hey, turn off the flashlight, is to basically bring it into the narrative. I think we can fix this though. If we make a private coroutine called writing coroutine maybe, and then here we say that writing coroutine is equal to start this coroutine. Now, can you check if the coroutine is currently active? Let's say this, yeah, because what we could do is just check whether or not it's null, right? If we, after finishing the whole for loop, if we after this set the writing coroutine is equal to null, I think that would work. Then we can do a null check to know whether or not it's currently typing. And if it is currently typing, then we instantly finish the text instead of starting the next one. So, when we call the skip to the next part, we check if it's the flashlight bit. And otherwise, so here I think we need to do a elf is statement. We check if writing coroutine is not equal to null, which would, as far as I know, mean that you are currently... That means that the game should currently be writing, because when you trigger it, we set it to be whatever the routine is. And after it's done, we set it to null. So, if it isn't null, meaning that you're writing, then we're going to stop the coroutine, writing coroutine. Why did you... Oh no, that's right, okay. Oh, what the fuck happened here? What have I done? There we go. Okay, so we stop the writing coroutine, and then we say how do we find out which dialogue we are currently on? We need a way to find out, because otherwise we don't know what line to type. I guess maybe we could check the... Yeah, we can probably check the current cutscene parts. Or we just do it the lazy way, and when we call this one, we say that we have a private string called current line. And when you trigger a new dialogue, before you start writing it, you say that the current line is equal to whatever line you are about to start typing. And now, if we stop the coroutine, we can say that the dialogue text.text is equal to current line, right? We stop the coroutine, and then we show the full current line. And that's when we should end it. And then if you click again... No, we also, after stopping it, we need to set it to null. So then it will no longer be null. Oh, it will no longer be not equal to null, rather. And if that's the case, that means that the next time you click, you will actually call this function instead and continue to the next one, without weirdly merging two lines at the same time. Cannot implicitly convert type string to dialogue. Where? 42. Current dialogue. Oh, this is not a dialogue, this is a string. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Oh no, though, that is a dialogue. Oh, so wait, I have a reference to the current dialogue. Then where do we use the current dialogue? Then maybe I don't need a reference to the current line. At start, current dialogue equals 0. Wait, current, what do I use here? Oh no, but I still need the index, that's more important, and I don't know the index of the line. So never mind. The only issue is that this is supposed to be current, not current string, but current line is equal to this line. Okay. No errors, that's good. Let's save in case I completely crash the game, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but let's hope for the best. So now if I quickly click again, it automatically finishes the sentence, and then I have to click another time to go to the next part. That's nice. Now you can actually skip the dialogue as well. I wasn't technically planning on adding that, but the bug I got made me add this, which actually makes the game feel even more polished. That's quite funny. I think it's good. Yeah, no, I think so too, because a lot of the time we have to keep in mind that people don't tend to be the biggest fans of reading. Would rage if I died a lot? Yeah, true. I'm also going to add a button to completely skip the dialogue, and not only that, we also have a setting to auto-skip it, so if you turn that one on, you immediately get into the game. No cutscene whatsoever. So I have thought about people who don't want to watch the cutscene. Smexy indeed. Let's see, let's go back. Okay, so that's basically the dialogue system fully functioning. Okay, so we need to make him run away afterwards, and I think the easiest way to do that is that we use one more... We make another scene part, as we apparently call it. So this will actually be... Number 10 is the one where we deactivate everything and actually start the game. Whereas... Or should it be? Maybe we should make one eye enumerator for the last bit. Because... Do I want the last bit to be skippable? I guess that's a question. Because otherwise you won't be able to skip it. I mean, technically you could, because I think what we could do with this skip button that I haven't made accessible yet, we could just basically turn everything off. Maybe we should do a function in this one actually, like a public void skip cutscene. Because if you skip it from the cutscene rather than auto-skipping, we actually need to turn stuff off as well. Like for example, we need to check if the writing coroutine isn't equal to null, because that means it's currently typing something. And in that case, we want to stop coroutine writing coroutine. And then we basically need to make sure that all objects are deactivated. So we would go something like cutscene raycast target and the dialog box need to both be set inactive. We also need a reference to... I think we're just gonna handle the NPC through the cutscene manager. Maybe not the best way of doing it, but I think it works. because he's only going to be in this cutscene anyway. So we do a public game object called NPC, and if this is the case, you should also set the NPC to be deactivated. Is there anything else we need to do if you skip it? Don't really think so. I mean, the last thing is to start the game and show the tooltip for interactions. That should make it so we are able to completely skip the cutscene, and then whenever we want to. So then I don't think we're gonna make a new part. Instead, what we're going to do is take all of this, and I think we're gonna make a new IE enumerator, which we start from here. So we do a IE enumerator called, I don't know, final part. And then here we are going to say we did have the writing coroutine. Okay, I think we need to make another one. Private coroutine, final coroutine, maybe. And then here we say that final coroutine is equal to start coroutine final parts. And here, if you skip the cutscene, we need to also check if final coroutine is not equal to null. In that case, we stop the coroutine, final coroutine as well. I think I thought of everything here to make sure that the game doesn't break in weird ways if you skip the cutscene. I think so. But if we start the final coroutine, then what should happen? The first thing that should happen is that the NPC should run away. After he's run away, we should play some fucking bad sound effect, like he got killed or something, because it makes everything more frightening. But we're gonna do it off the scene, because I think that's more frightening than doing it. From the start I was thinking about like doing fucking blood splatter on the window or something. I think it's creepier if we don't see it happen. Just know that something bad happened far away, you know. And then after that you will start like hearing the footsteps of the monster coming towards you. I think it's gonna be pretty creepy. Not gonna lie, I've already creeped myself out multiple times during the development of this game. Okay, so the NPC runs away, we play some sound effect after a bit. I mean, I think we need to do like play sound effects of footsteps and then NPC dying or whatever. And then start the game, right? We have to also make sure that, let's see, run intro, initialize intro. So here we're gonna say npc.setActive true. So we made sure that he's enabled when we initialize the intro, because it's weird if you turn on the light and he's for some reason not there. And then let's see. I guess at the end, when we started, we might as well make sure that we might as well turn him off completely, which we do here as well, right? Yeah. We could do this. Huh? Cutscene manager, final part, not all code. Oh, right. We need to make sure that we have some return some value for some reason. That's fine, because we will do a yield return new wait for seconds to have some timing on this shit. So, let's see, the last dialogue is him saying, I'm sorry, I have to go. And then when you click, that's when we start the final coroutine and he starts running away. So I think one easy thing we could do here is, instead of doing anything with like transforms or anything, let's just do like npc dot, that's the game object, yes, so get component, and let's just animate him. Animator dot set trigger run away. So we also want to play footsteps, so I think we'll just make a for loop and check like how many footsteps we should do. Maybe 7? I don't know, we'll try and see. And here what we're gonna do is do audio manager. Oh no, wait, the audio manager doesn't have any footsteps. Oh, that's annoying. All the footstep sounds are actually put on the monster. Because here we have a list of footsteps and we have a function to play a random footstep. This one is a little bit complicated though, since it has to do with the like monster AI thingy. Kinda proud I got this to work though, not gonna lie. Okay, I guess we'll add a few footsteps to the audio manager as well, and we'll just do like audio manager dot instance dot we shouldn't only have one footstep. That's not good. So let's do an integer called maybe we just do 2. In that case, what we could do is check if I divided by I is equal to 1. There's probably other ways of doing this, but this would check whether it's a even or uneven value. And then if that is... Oh wait, this is an integer, so it's always gonna round up to... No, wait. If it would become... No, wait. This is always the case. Fuck hell. Fucking hell, this doesn't work. Because an uneven number divided by itself will also be 1. That doesn't work. What the fuck am I thinking? Verity, thank you for that follow. Welcome, how you doing? Okay, let's see, how do we do this? I'm thinking that we should just, for simplicity's sake, have 2 different footsteps and we just alternate between them. What's the easiest way of doing that? How do I check if a number is even or not even? What's the easiest way of doing it? I guess there might even be a function for it. Danilito, what's up? You can do if I %2 is equal to 0 to check if it's even. Oh yeah, I think I've seen or maybe even used that one before, by the help of ChatGPT, I should say. Right, that's the thing. I knew there was some way you should be able to, like some innate way in C# to do it. Do you know what this is called? Just for curiosity's sake. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, so I %2 is equal to 0. That would mean that it's an even number. And in that case, we'd go ahead and say audio manager .instance.play, and then let's call it something like maybe NPC footstep 1. Otherwise, meaning if it is uneven, you know what, let's do 0 and 1. We are programming now, so we start counting from 0. That's the way we do it. Percent is the modulus operator. Yeah, I've heard of it before, if that's what I meant. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, so we use the modulus operator to check if it is a even number. In that case, we play one footstep. If not, we play another footstep. That means we're gonna get to alternate between two different footsteps. We also have to wait. So, after each footstep, we yield return new, wait 4 seconds. I don't know, let's try half a second maybe now. That might be a bit quick, I'm not sure. But he should probably be running, because he's also like scared or whatever, because it's a horror game, you know. But let's try that for now. So now, if I understand this correctly, the stuff down here should never be called until the entire for loop is completed, right? Meaning that we will play each sound effect for the footsteps, and once all of them have been played, once we've gone through the entire for loop, then whatever stuff is down here should be called. So now here we will do some audio manager.instance.play. Don't know what we need some like sound effect that would give the impression that his fate did not end up in a good way. I mean, we could just play the jump scare on like a low value. We actually do have, because Björne did make us a new jump scare, so maybe we play the first one here just to have a little bit difference. I don't know if I have both of them available. Let's see, jump scare is jump scare 2. Let's take this one, add a new one, which is going to be, let's call this NPC death. So then here we play NPC death. And this is going to be jump scare 1. I think this should be maybe even lower in volume. What's up, Bjarne? How you doing? När man talar om trollen. How you doing, man? Okay, we need some other stuff. We need NPC footstep 0, which, let's just pick a random one. We are gonna reuse the monster footsteps here, but that's fine. And then we do NPC footstep 1, and we do a different one. Pitch variation, I don't think so. NPC def should not have that either. It's only dialogue that should have pitch variation. Final part, not all. Oh yeah, we still. Okay, let's yield return new. Wait 4 seconds. And maybe we wait like half a second after his death before we actually start the game itself. You're doing good, nice man. How's it going? It's going real good. We basically have the final, or not final, I mean technically first and final cutscene working unless we just got an error for line 165. Oh, async? I did not add that. I think that might have been IntelliSense trying to trick me. So yeah, I'm quite happy with it so far. We have the dialogue system working when it's like, you know, actually writing the text instead of just showing it statically, which looks a lot more polished. Let's make sure that this works. We trigger the last dialogue when he says like he has to run now or whatever. And then if you click, you start the final part, which... Oh yeah, we have to set up the animation for him to run away. We play the footsteps, we play his death, we wait, and then we start the game. And during any time of this happening, if you press the skip cutscene, it should stop this and immediately let you play. So that means that we can... okay, let's not forget to set up the animator, but first there's another thing we need to do. The skip button. We do have to move you, because currently I decided to put the little tutorial message for the dialogue here. The one that says that, like, click anywhere to continue. So I guess we might put the skip one over like here instead. Let's put you on the same height, like so, and then we just move you over like here maybe. 140, perfect. And you should now call the what should you call? The cutscene manager, which has a function to skip the entire cutscene. Oh, we need to turn that one on and off as well. So we need a reference to a public game object called skip button. And I guess when we initialize the intro, we say that the skip button should be set to true. And then if you skip the cutscene, you should also set basically yourself to be inactive. But also, you know what? We should make a new private void called start game, because I'm repeating lines of code here, which is not really necessary. When we start the game, no matter where we do it, we are going to set all the objects to inactive and then start the game. Now we can remove this and say start game. And the same thing here. We can remove this and just start the game. That's how you do it. Writing the same thing twice? Nah, don't think so. Okay, what was I doing? We set that one up. Game object could not be found. Wait. How can game object not be found? I am using Unity Engine. Oh, I misspelled it. That's why. Boom. Easy fix. Now the cutscene manager needs a reference to the skip button. And last but not least, you thought I was gonna forget it, didn't you? We are going to, let's turn on the test light. Let's turn you off, and turn you off. Cutscene tutorial. We do deactivate that one here, right? Oh no, because we only showed that one on the first one. But if you skip the cutscene, we have to make sure that it's off. So let's just do it let's be redundant and turn off the cutscene tutorial here as well, because otherwise, theoretically, you could turn off the cutscene while that tutorial message is showing, and that would then stay on the scene, which wouldn't be great. Because then there's no way of getting rid of it. Boom. That should be it. You, my dear friend, should have an animator. Which is going to do boom boom boom. We're gonna have an animation here. Project, animations. I guess we'll objectify him and say he's an object. We're gonna call you NPC. We are going to add the property of your anchored position. Remove this little bugger. No, wait. Let's keep this one just like this, and we're gonna make this into the idle animation. Now we're gonna make a new one called NPC running away. Once again, we are going to set the anchored position. This time, we're gonna take this bit. Ooh, we need to flip his sprite as well. So let's add the image sprite. And when this one is called, how do I... Wait, let's just record it instead. And then we take this one and do boom. Which way do I want him to run? Oh no, we need to move him. He can't be in the cutscene because he needs to be behind the room. So we're gonna put you behind the monster. Boom, there we go. For some reason, I've always envisioned the exit to be to the right side. For some reason. So I think we are also going to flip the scale on the x-axis to -1, turning him the other way. And then here, we are going to take his anchored position and just run away. Let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, he gets a little weird, like... acceleration now. Which I guess we could change if we go into the curve, right? I think. I'm not sure I understand what the fuck happened to this curve. Why? What? Oh, is it because I moved it so far? That might be fine. Now we go to the animator and we made sure that on entry we go to NPC because that will basically be the idle animation. Here we need a trigger called run away, I think we named it. Yeah, set trigger run away. So you are going to be called run away, and when that one is triggered, you should start running away. Exit time, no. Transition, no. And then run away. Is he gonna loop if I keep him here? I think he might. Should we try this and see what happens? I haven't mixed the audio, so the sound levels might be a little bit weird, but let's try and see what happens. Let's see, let's stop recording. Turn off the preview. turn off the test light. Start. Let's mute the music. Variable of NPC has not been set. Cutscene manager, NPC, where are you? There we go. Everything else set? It is. Okay, let's see how this looks. And now we should start running away, and we should hear some footsteps. Okay. And we also have the jump scare sound. Okay, that was a bit weird. Did you guys hear footsteps? I don't think I heard the footsteps. Didn't I... It was 0, but no, they must have played, because otherwise this would have played immediately. Maybe they were... Oh, they might have been very low. I don't know, my audio is also very low, so it might be louder for you guys. Let's see, what is the... Oh yeah, 10% of the volume, that's really low. I think we're gonna do like 0.7 maybe. The monster has... Didn't hear them either. Yeah, no, I think they were set too low. Because I know that the monster has max volume on the footsteps when he's the closest to the door. And also, what's up, Verity? How you doing? Okay, so we do 70%. It shouldn't be as loud as the monster. We could equate that to something like the monster being a bit heavier than him, maybe. Because if we look at the actual art, well, you would expect him to have heavier footsteps than him. So it does kind of make sense. And then NPC death, I think you should be low as well. We might switch that one out to something not as dramatic. I don't think we need a full jump scare sound, just something to equate or make it so that the player understands that it did not go well for him. We can fit separate steps if you want. Yeah, I mean, if it is rather if you want to. We can surely do it. It would be kind of nice if the skip intro button faded in. This is me going... But this is like strobe creep on polishing, basically, is what's going on here. Okay, his animation is still gonna be a bit bugged, but we should be able to hear the footsteps as well, at least. Yeah, you can hear them. I think they actually could be a bit louder though. Let's do like 85% volume. And also, let's fix the fucking... Let's see, even, uneven. We could just turn him off earlier. Nah, let's... Or we just make him run super far away. That's another thing. We make him run long enough that he doesn't have the time to get reset back before he gets disabled. I mean, it would work. Otherwise we have to, I guess, make a static animation of him being outside of the screen. And make sure that that one plays after the running animation. Maybe we should do that just to... Because otherwise maybe there could be some weird bug where he shows up again. Need another sound for when the monster gets him. What kind do you want? Blunt or sharp object maybe? Yeah, I don't know. what noise it should be. Yeah, because I do feel like this one is a little bit dramatic. But I do want it to be... It would be nice if it's conveyed to the player that like it did not end up well for him. Like you should kind of intuitively understand that the monster got him. But maybe not as... like it doesn't have to be a full like jump scare sound. I don't know, it's kind of hard to be honest. A little splash, like you know, one of those like meaty sounds as well, maybe to it, because that would kind of maybe show that, you know, he probably got a bit fucked up. I don't know, it's kind of hard. Why is... oh, I ended up in the wrong one. Yeah, I do think we probably need a different sound for him getting caught, but it's... I feel like it's difficult saying exactly what would work. Like, you should just hear him far away and understand that he got caught by the monster. Like a blunt hit and a body hitting the floor. Yeah, something like that could probably work. Because it wouldn't be as dramatic, but you probably still understand that, oh shit, like, he ended up getting caught, you know? Yeah, that's probably good. That's probably a good one. Blunt hit and hitting the floor. Hey! Camarao Lendario with the raid. How you doing, man? How is the game going for you? Let's do a little shout out for Camarao Lendario. He is also developing here on Twitch with also a time limit, don't you? 3 days to go. Yeah, even less so than me. Yeah, I still have another like 13 days left, so I can chill a little bit more, for sure. And what's up, Jake King? How you doing? Welcome to the stream, man. Glad to have you here. Maybe the monster scream without all other jump scare stuff? Yeah. That should probably work. Still having some noise from the monster as well. Just not as... Because this one you can hear is supposed to be a jump scare. Even though this should be a bit scary, it shouldn't be like as jumpy, I suppose. If that makes sense. Let me see how that butte is looking. It's getting somewhere actually. So basically we started working on the introduction cutscene to the game today, and we've gotten quite far. We have a bit of dynamic text here going on, a little bit of tooltips to teach the player how to play the game. Explaining like the setting, what you're supposed to do, explaining basically the main mechanic of the game, which is to turn off the lights if the enemy arrives. Since, for you who don't know, we're doing a game jam, the theme of the game jam was safe in the dark. So that's kind of how we implemented the theme of the jam. But then of course it's the dynamic between you also can't solve the puzzle unless you have the light on. So it's like a balance of keeping the light on to solve the puzzle and turning it off to not be detected. And now we have a little bit of a buggy animation here, which is what we're gonna fix. And just realize we don't turn off the final dialogue as well. Yeah, when we trigger the final part, here we could actually say that the dialogue box should be set to false. You do not need to show anymore. Did that dude just fucking die? He did. That's basically the plan. He should be no longer. Except he shouldn't keep running back and forth like he kind of did there. And that's a little bit messed up. So what we need to do to fix it, I think, is to make one final animation Don't call me incompassionate just because I put the NPC animation inside of objects. I know it's a little bit mean though, but... Isn't he in the dark though? Should be safe. Good point, good point. But he's outside where the monster is, so it's, you know... And he's making noises, and the monster does actually react to noise as well. NPC inside objects. I didn't want to... I have one NPC. I didn't want to make a new folder for him, so... He did... I did objectify him a little bit, not gonna lie. Okay, so we have NPC running away. Let's do like... NPC... stay away. I don't fucking know. Yeah, just stay away. That's what you're supposed to do. And that one, let's see, NPC, I need my test light. Boom. NPC stay away. Can we not just copy this one? Copy and then stay away. Boom. Yeah, I mean that should really be it. Now he should walk away and stay behind the wall so that he won't be teleported back. That should be fine, that should be fine. And now all we do is to make a transition that after he runs away, let's see, we have exit time now, boom, we switch to NPC stay away. I think that's basically all we need to do. I did realize another thing though, which might be pretty nice. We could make the same thing where we make his footsteps lower and lower in volume the further away he runs. It's relatively easy if we just set like the volume to 1. Oh no, wait, I can't. Not from here. I need a reference to the audio source. Oh, that's annoying. Because here we just call the audio manager to play. And this is the sound. Let me look how I did it in my audio manager. Because here's the thing, we create a specific audio source for each sound in the game. And then when we play, we find the sound. I mean, we could do a new function to change the volume of a sound. Oh right, I forgot about that. I made a function to play a sound after delay. Why did I do that? Oh yeah, it's for when you open the trapdoor, we actually play 2 sound effects, one to unlock it and one to swing it open. So that's the reason why. Uploaded the sound that might work. Okay, let me have a look. Or have a listen, I suppose, I should say. Let's see, let's make sure I don't dox myself here. Let's see. NPC guy death. There we have it. Yeah, that's gonna work way better. Could you guys hear that? Or was it too low? Oh, no, you can definitely hear it. It's my volume that's low. Okay, yeah, that is going to be way better. Good job, man. Let's get this one. Download. Sweet, thank you very much. Completed. Let's see here. Boom, boom, boom. Let me just put this in the correct folder. Game dev. Assets. Project. Holy shit, I'm too organized sometimes. Audio. Sound effects, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. How did you make that? Any special software or what? Yeah, what I say, you use FL Studio, right? Is the music playing? Yeah. My fucking audio too low all the time. I'm too scared, I can't raise my volume too much because I actually use speakers and I don't want you guys to hear like the echo, basically. Okay, let's see here. How do we do this? Let's start off by changing that sound. I think that should sound a bit better. So, audio system, NPC death should instead be NPC guy death. And let's maybe do 30% volume. It is gonna be further away, so we don't need it to be too loud. Oh wait, let's just for the sake of authenticity, let's turn off the light here. Okay, let's see. That's fucking perfect, man. Audio system... maybe a little bit louder still. Oh no, look at that! This damn door is locked second now. Okay, you can still mess it up at some point. That's weird. Sweet. What about some screen shake when he gets hit? Yeah, we should actually start adding that, because I even have the setting for screen shake, but I still haven't implemented screen shake anywhere. Which, I wonder, do we have that set up? We should have. If we go to the main canvas... oh, you actually don't have the... what is it? Not, technically it's not screen shake, it's canvas shake. Oh, do I not have that implemented into this? Because it's the same thing when you get like the jump scare. I think it could be nice to have a little bit of what you call it, screen shake when that happens, and maybe animate the jump scare a little bit as well. Because right now this one is a static image. I think having a little bit of an animation maybe could be cool. And then do some animation, a little bit of a screen shake. And then screen shake could be nice for when you make a loud noise as well. So if you like accidentally break something in the room, we might do a slight bit of screen shake. And then like you said, maybe when the NPC gets hit as well, we could do it to really sell the impact of it. Let's see. Let me import my screen shake script, because I should have one. Wonder where have I put that little bitty script? Manager system scriptables, yeah, we don't have it. So let's import new asset, and then we go to Unity assets, scripts, visual effects, and then we have camera shake and canvas shake. And this is basically a full UI game. Almost everything in the game is on the canvas, so we're not actually going to shake the camera, because if I'm not mistaken, I think that my main canvas is set to the main camera, which means that if I shake the camera, it doesn't actually shake, because the canvas shakes with the camera, so nothing happens. So that's why I had to make a separate script for canvas shake. And now I guess we put this on, let's see, tooltips, menus, testing. I think we're gonna make this game object, we're gonna make you not stretch, and we're only going to shake the game. Because I think, yeah, I can't shake the main canvas, since this one, the transform is actually driven by the canvas, which is driven by the camera. So that also wouldn't work. But we do have this game object, which 99% of all the objects are located on. It's only like tooltips and menus that are not on it, so that should be fine. And the background, which actually is the black background behind the door, otherwise everything else is on the on this one. So here we will add canvas shake. We have to make sure that this is named correctly, because we do have the player preference for screen shake. Now we need to go into settings UI. We should have graphic settings. Here we should have a way to change whether the player wants screen shake or not, and it is indeed called screen shake, so that should be correct. And make sure that it is correctly. If it's enabled, it's set to 1. Good, that's very intuitive. So when we call shake, then we check if screen shake is enabled, then you shake with some duration and magnitude, which we're gonna have to try. I'm not entirely sure how hard we're gonna shake it. And this is a instance, so we should be able to call it from anywhere. So I guess that's actually all I need to do. Now what we could do, we could try this with the NPC, as we said. If we go to the... Oh my god, I have way too many scripts open right now. We go to the cutscene manager, and at the same time as we call the NPC death, we could just call the canvas shake.instance.shake. Did I actually do instance with a... Yeah, let's capitalize you, let's be consistent in how we name stuff. I think that's pretty important. So now canvas shake.instance.shake, and now we need to give them a duration and magnitude, which I have no idea how much we should do. I think we might do... I think we're gonna change this canvas shake script. We're gonna take this. No, we're gonna... Yeah, let's take this public void, and we're gonna call it a light shake. And then we're not gonna pass in any parameters. And then we're gonna do light duration and light magnitude. We're gonna copy you, paste you 3 times, or 2 times technically. We're gonna do a medium shake, which is gonna have the medium duration and the medium magnitude. Last but not least, you guessed it, we're gonna have a heavy shake, which is going to use the heavy duration and the heavy magnitude. Last but not least, what we need to do is make a few public floats. So we need a public float for the light duration, a public float for the light, what do we call it? Magnitude? Magnitude. And now public float for medium duration, medium magnitude, public float for heavy duration and heavy magnitude. So rather than setting the magnitude and duration every time we call it, we'll just make 3 predetermined ones. Why did that not work? Medium duration does not exist in the current context. Did I misspell it? I did indeed. Medium, not median. Canvas shake does not contain a... Okay, that's fine. So let's try and... Listen, this is gonna be a little bit further away. So maybe, because this is something that happens, it's not like in front of you, it's after he runs away. So I think, if we're gonna do a bit of camera shake here, I think we might do the light shake. And then we just have to guess and see what works. I have no idea how much shake to put on this, so maybe we do half a second, 1 second, and 1.5 seconds. Maybe we do in magnitude. I have no idea what that even refers to. Let's just do 1, 2, 3 maybe. So I think we're gonna do some, let's see, here we are gonna do a button. Let's scale you down. Boom. You are going to call, we just do this for testing. We're gonna call it the game canvas shake light shake. And then boom, boom. Now we can do medium. And you are going to call the medium shake. This one is going to be heavy, and as you might have guessed, you will call the heavy shake. So now we don't actually have to play the entire cutscene to try this out. Let's actually try and see if it works to skip the cutscene. Oh, we have an issue. If you skip the cutscene before you trigger the flashlight, you actually don't get the flashlight. That's an issue. That's good to know. Let's fix that later. Now what we're gonna do is be a little bit cheeky, and we're just gonna skip along until we get the flashlight. Turn that on, skip the intro. Now, let's see, light shake. That was a very heavy shake. That was not a light shake. Okay, I think that could almost be the heavy shake, to be honest. Holy shit, how is the heavy shake then? That's gonna be intense. Medium. Heavy. Yeah, this is way too much. This is way too much. I think maybe light should be heavy. So, game, that means that heavy magnitude should be 1 and the duration should be 0.5. And then maybe we like halve it, so we do 0.5, 0.25, maybe halve it again, so 0.25 and 0.125. Let's see how this looks. Now, heavy is the same as light. Medium, light. Yeah, I think that might work. That seems a little bit more reasonable. Now, when we call the NPC death, we indeed call the light shake. What we should do as well is if we go to the monster, rather than calling that one on every object that makes a noise, we should just make sure that if you alert the monster, that means you that would mean that you've made some noise, and in that case we can just call the canvas shake.instance. Maybe medium shake, since this is something that happens in the room. And then last but not least, if we do trigger the jump scare, we could do a canvas shake dot instance, and in this case maybe do a heavy shake. Let's see how this works. So let's turn off these buttons and let's actually do a full test run. A warning for anyone who's watching, we are going to do a jump scare now. So what we need to do, that means we need to enable the monster. Which is in the game manager. Activate monster is true, never mind, it's not in the game manager, it's on the monster nearby. Bless you, thank you very much, man. So basically if he's not nearby, that means he never actually walks to the door, you just hear his footsteps far away. And if we check monster nearby, then he will actually look for you. The reason I've done this is because I do think in the first room, I actually don't think I'm gonna have a lose state, because we're basically gonna use the first room of the game as like the tutorial room to set the scene and teach the player how to play, basically. Let's turn off the music. Can I raise the volume a little bit? I'm sorry if you just get echo. You might get echo on the fucking jump scare. Once again, also, why did that not... Oh yeah, wait, it's gonna show up later. Okay. Okay, we need to wait with the impact. The impact is way too early. I actually got a bit stressed out there. Let's try alerting him. Yeah, we got a bit of screen shake. And finally, let's see how it looks with heavy screen shake on the jump scare. That's very fucking good. Yeah, I think screen shake is definitely adds to it. Looks great indeed. I think it looks good. I think it looks good. We do need to fix though, because the impact of when the player dies isn't immediately. It is a little bit afterwards, you know? So I think we're gonna lower this wait time, and then we're gonna say something like yield return new, wait 4 seconds. How long is the clip? Audio system NPC guy death. Can I see how long this is? Properties. What? Can I actually not see that in Unity? Or am I just being dumb? Okay, 1 second. If we wait 1 second, that might be good. Just it's the stream, the in when it gets hit, and then the thump on the floor. And I think we probably want the screen shake for the thump when it falls, you know, or the body impact or whatever. Let's try 1 second and see how it feels. Oh wait, we can actually turn off the monster, or rather move him away again, so we don't need to accidentally jump scare anyone. It's still too early. What, 2 seconds? Let's do big increments and see whether it gets better or worse. Oh, slightly too late. Slightly too late. 1.7. $207. Do you know when the impact is? Because 207, I guess, is the whole clip, right? When does like the thump on the floor happen? I mean, I could check this myself, but now you're at it, so... Oh, impact is at 207? Oh, I thought it looked late when I put it on 2 seconds. Wait, let's try again. I did change the right one, right? Yeah, play the death and then wait before you do the shake. Yeah, sometimes you can still mess up the subtitles. I need to look why that happens. That looks late to me. It might be the way this the canvas shake actually works. It might be that it triggers and it actually takes a while for it to ramp up or something. Because I do think I need to trigger this sooner. Yeah, just there could be that there's actually some slight like acceleration, which means that in that case we kind of need to start it so that the peak of the shake happens when the impact is. Am I blind? I did not see the shake. Am I? Oh yeah. That was maybe even slightly earlier. So it seems that the subtitles mess up. It's probably when it's not typing. It looked late as fuck now. Oh, it might actually be worse for you guys, because I think the audio is probably a little bit delayed on the stream. It could be that the audio is slightly delayed for you guys. Because that was pretty close for me. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Because it was almost there for me. And maybe even good, to be honest. I don't know if I went too far now. I need to fix the subtitles as well. What was I trying to say? Yeah, I think it's... Because if I click while it's typing, it just finishes. By the way, I'm working on the radio song now. Sweet, man. Yeah, just if I click while it's typing, it finishes correctly. I think it's if I now do like a quick double click. No? That seems to work. Because sometimes I do mess up where we get like 2 subtitles at once. I don't know why. I might even be a bit early. Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. I think it's still a good implementation to have. And now if I knock this one over, since I don't alert the monster, because you can't alert the monster if it isn't nearby, it shouldn't do a screen shake. Oh, it actually did. Why did that... Oh, I know. I probably put it in the wrong... on the wrong line, didn't I? If we look at monster and then alert monster, yeah, if monster is nearby, then do all of this, which means that we shouldn't do the screen shake. Actually, we could do the screen shake, because that would just be anytime you interact with an object that makes a loud noise. Could be a little bit of screen shake even if the monster isn't nearby. Yeah, I think that might be fine. It's just that it looks off now because we don't have... it's not actually playing a loud sound effect, so the screen shake doesn't make sense, but I think that could work. Let's see if I can get the subtitles to mess up again. It seems to be working fine now. Should we add a little bit of an animation to the jump scare maybe? I think that could be good. Just do a little bit of like a zoom in kind of thing when he actually does the jump scare. I think that should be dope. Because now, I mean, the screen shake definitely made it better, but the jump scare itself is still very like static, you know. So if we do an animator, and you will be, let's see here, art, animations. I guess he's an object too. Jump scare. I'm just objectifying every single humanoid that exists in this game. So what I'm thinking is that we could just zoom out like 70%. Okay, obviously it should be way quicker than that. I think something like that might actually work. But maybe it looks a little bit weird since he doesn't actually have like a lower body. I wonder if here we should actually bring his position down a little bit as well. Maybe do like, I don't know what, minus 20, 30. And then, oh, what was the original value? Minus 1.5, I think. Does that look right? Is that a full pixel? I think so. Close enough. Maybe even quicker? Yeah, I think this is gonna make it even worse. In a good way, I mean. So I wonder, how do we do this? I guess we do where we on entry go to the jump scare, and then we just make a different state for like the idle time afterwards. Or we just keep this one long enough. That's another way to do it. If we just make this one 10 seconds long. Because there will be some transition to like a game over scene or something anyway. So you won't actually see it too long. Let's be lazy for now. Let's just say that this is a half a minute long animation. Something like so, and on entry you just go straight for the jump scare. Now, let's say if I start the game now, you should stay active and actually do the animation. I think it did. I think my game just kind of glitched a little bit. Does he? Okay, let's turn you off. Turn off the preview. Wait. Preview. I didn't turn you off on the animation now, did I? No. Should be fine. Let's see if it works. Let's do it like so, and then we go monster, monster nearby. And once again, warning for incoming jump scare. Skip the intro. Yeah, that's worse. That's a pretty decent fucking jump scare, isn't it? The worst thing is that when you're like not expecting it, it gets like, even before we changed the sound effect and made the animation and all of that, there's been a few times where I've actually scared myself pretty fucking bad. Because I've been like distracted looking at something else in the game, like, oh, is this working correctly? And then all of a sudden I just accidentally trigger the jump scare. This damn door. I don't like that sentence. Let's see, cutscene manager. Maybe just this door is locked. You need to find a key or something. Maybe should I be nice and even say you need to find another way out? Because technically the door is not the exit point. Or should I be a little bit more ambiguous about it? Because now it says you need to find a key or something, which might trick the player a little bit, because even if you find the key, it doesn't actually work for the door. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, the sound effect there is much better. Let's see, what happens if we auto skip intro, reload scene? That fucking got me. Okay, NPC should be disabled by default. Holy shit. Okay, and now, if we don't auto-skip the intro, and we reload the scene, make sure that he is enabled again, and he is. Let's also make sure that this works if we change show tooltips to never reload scene. Ooh. Okay. That is an issue. Oh no. Okay, you can just click again. Huh. I think that might be because in the flashlight script, on click, we check whether the first flashlight toggle. If you haven't done the first flashlight toggle, and if the tooltip is active, then do this. Interesting. Not entirely sure how to fix this, because now the issue is that I don't want skip to the next part to be called if you are not looking at the cutscene. And right now, this is pretty much, because this tooltip only shows up in the cutscene at this moment. So it's actually a way to check if we are in the cutscene. Then if you click the flashlight, you should skip to the next part. Okay, it still does work. I think I'll leave it for now, because at least you don't get soft locked. You just have to click one more time to trigger the rest of the cutscene. Because normally what would happen is that when you click this one, you automatically trigger the next cutscene. Now you just click one more time. So it still kind of works. But it would be nice to fix it. I'm pretty happy about the intro though. This guy, actually, like most things about this game, it ends up feeling way more polished than I expected to do. Yeah, I can remove the start game function now. Just that one gets called automatically. Or rather the button, not the function itself. We do still need the function. You know what, actually, let's make sure that the show tooltips first time work. So if we reload the scene, I think it resets it, so we should see all of them. Yeah. Boom. And there's the second tooltip. And then if I pick this up, we have the last one. Now, if we reload the scene, oh yeah, that's another reason why we do want to fix this, because it's not only if you turn the tooltips off, it's also if it's set to first time. Now when I click this, I'm not gonna proceed with the cutscene unless I click again. And I don't like that. So I think we might make some way to check whether the cutscene is active instead. Which actually shouldn't be that hard. We don't even need to make a bool. We can just check if... because this is an instance. We can check if one of these objects is active. And that's, like, for example, if the cutscene raycross target is active, that means that the cutscene is currently playing. So, which one should we do? Yeah, let's do the cutscene, because the dialog box is not always active. Cutscene tutorial is not always active. Cutscene raycross target is pretty much always active during the time of the cutscene. So here, instead of checking any of that, let's check if cutscene manager.instance.cutsceneRT is active. Can I do that? I don't think I need that one. Let's see, does this work? Does not contain a definition for is active. Is it because you need to be capitalized? No. Okay, I think if we do self-active... Oh shit, I never remember this term. Game object... No, active self, right? Dot active self. There we go. So now, because I'm quite... Yeah, that one will be enabled. So if the first flashlight toggle hasn't happened and the cutscene raycast target is active, then when you click it, you should set the first flashlight toggle to true and skip to the next part. However, if the tooltip for the flashlight is active, you should also deactivate that one. I think this is how we do it. Now I think it should work no matter how you actually get to that point. So, let's see, let's start, let's do show tooltips, don't skip intro, reload scene. Now when I click U, boom, we play the next part of the cutscene. And the flashlight still works. Now we don't show the tooltip and we reload the scene. And now when I click, you should continue the cutscene. There we go, much better. And the flashlight still works. Sweet, okay. So yeah, I guess that's kind of what we talked about before. I think generally, rather than... Because I could have made like a new bool for this to check whether like cutscene is active, but we can also just calculate the fact that it's active, because if this object is active, that means that we are currently running the cutscene. So I think that might be a smarter way of doing it, instead of doing it how I did in the game manager, where I have like 5 different bools depending on the state of the game. Maybe not the most optimal thing. Is really coming together great? Yeah, I actually think so. So far, I must admit, in my non-humble opinion, I'm actually pretty damn proud of this. It's probably... I mean, to be honest, it's turning out way better than I thought it did. So, yeah, I'm feeling good about it. So I think what's next up is basically to finish the first room. We're gonna change this a little bit, make it into like a simpler room, and basically have it as like the tutorial room, the scene setting room of the game. Which shouldn't be too difficult. Next up, what's a little bit more work, is that we need to make we need to make like a room manager that handles like the order of like the rooms that you're gonna go through and stuff like that, and make some type of way to switch between new rooms so that we then can start working on the next room instead. And I think it might not be too difficult because we have this game object where we have, let's say, yeah, we have this, the room object, which is the room background, and on this object we have a child object called objects, which contains everything that's in the room. So what I think we're gonna do is like keep this object active and just swap out the room sprite for however the next room should look, and then make like object prefabs of the different objects in the different rooms, and just instantiate that object as a child of this one and destroy the last one. I think that would be a pretty easy way of like switching between different rooms. So I think that might be how we do it. But I think that will have to be for the next stream, because I think this will be it for today. But we will be back on Wednesday and continue more with the game development. Hopefully get a bit more of the full game loop kind of working. And yeah, so far it seems like we're doing pretty good on schedule. We have 13 days and 10 hours left, which feels good. It feels like we most likely should have quite a lot of time for like polishing and stuff in the end, which is what I was hoping for. But before we go, let's see if we have someone to throw a little raid at. And also, if you've been enjoying the stream, like always, make sure that you follow the channel. If you want to connect more with the community, then join my Discord. If you miss me too much while I'm away, then check out my YouTube channels. A little bit of self-plugging here on the Chirpy stream. Let's see, who do we have live? Let's go and say hello to Raka. He is playing a bit of Dark Souls 2. So yeah, like I said, thank you guys very much for watching. Shout out to Red Raka for the gifted subs and Check's Party for that massive donation earlier. Very much appreciated. And yeah, I will see you guys on Wednesday. So take care, have a good one, peace.